हॅलो. हॅलो कदम सर.
हॅलो. हॅलो.
हा हॅलो कदम सर.
बोला ना मॅडम.
आय एम ऑडिबल टू यू.
येस.
येस सर. आवाजाचा काही प्रॉब्लेम नाही आहे ना आता?
काहीच नाही आता.
हा
हे
ठीक आहे
बघा.
बस. मग मी आता जॉईन केलेला आहे. आता 11:05 पर्यंत पार्टिसिपंट जसे जॉईन होतील आपण सुरू करू.
हो 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 ऐका ना.
हा येस सर.
मी आर जी पाटील म्हणजे राजेश पाटील सर बरोबर?
हो हो IQAC कोऑर्डिनेटर. हा
त्यांना को होस्ट केलंय मी.
ओके.
MU इंगोले म्हणजे महेंद्र इंगोले,
हो हो
त्यांना पण को होस्ट केलंय.
येस सर.
आणि रवींद्र काळे जे आहेत सर,
येस सर.
त्यांनी त्यांचा ऑडिओ जॉईन नाही केलाय. ते फक्त व्हिडिओ थ्रू जॉईन झाले. त्यांचा आवाज ऐकू येणार नाही. त्यांना ऑडिओ जॉईन करायला लावा.
बर मी सांगते त्यांना.
हो हो.
आणि सर एक भोगे सर आहे, डॉक्टर संजय भोगे, त्यांना पण को होस्ट करा कारण आज ते आहेत ना आपले.
ठीक आहे ना. संजय भोगे सरांना पण को होस्ट केलंय.
हा
अजून
को होस्ट. अजून ते वोट ऑफ थँक्सचे ते रामटेके सर, लोखंडे सर, NK रामटेके, नंदकिशोर रामटेके.
हो हो त्यांनाही केलं.
आणि DH लोखंडे, दीपक लोखंडे, त्या सरांना.
लोखंडे केलं, त्यांनाही केलं.
आणि मला तर केलेलंच आहे.
हो तुम्ही को होस्ट आहात.
आणि बाकीचे जसे जसे रिसोर्स पर्सन आपले जॉईन होतील तसं तसं ते होतीलच ना.
होतील 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 मॅडम.
हा जसे रिसोर्स पर्सन जॉईन होतील तसे.
हो.
आणि बाकी मग आपले सगळे झाले सर, भुगे सर झाले, पाटील सर, रामटेके सर, लोखंडे सर आणि इंगोले सर, काळे सर.
हो
फक्त काळे सरांना ऑडिओ ऑन करायला सांगायचा त्यांचा.
हो हो हो
बर मी लगेच त्यांना सांगून देते.
हो चालेल मॅडम. आणि हॅलो मॅडम,
हा येस सर.
युट्यूबवर पण लाईव्ह चालू आहे मीटिंग, तर ग्रुपमध्ये मी शेअर करून देतो मेसेज सगळे.
हो सर, तिन्ही ग्रुपमध्ये शेअर करून द्या.
हो.
थँक्यू सर.
वेलकम.
तुम्ही आहातच ना पूर्ण वेळ?
हो
म्हणजे
आहे ना,
बोलताय.
आहे ना.
हा
हो
म्हणजे काही असलं तर तुमच्यासोबत बोलता येते.
हो हो हो.
ठीक आहे सर. थँक्यू.
वेलकम.
Hello, good morning to all. I am Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande Navlakhe, Professor, Dr. Punjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, and convener of this webinar. We shall wait for more 2 to 3 minutes for the participants to join this webinar, and after 2 to 3 minutes, we shall start welcome address of our webinar. So please wait for 2 to 3 minutes. हॅलो कदम सर. हॅलो.
बोला ना मॅडम.
हा, ऐकायला येतोय ना माझा आवाज व्यवस्थित?
हो हो.
So shall I start?
Yes, you can, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning to all. Very good morning. My pranam to Goddess of Wisdom, Mata Saraswati. At the outset, I express my tribute to Honorable Dr. Punjabrao Bhausaheb Deshmukh, Honorable Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Honorable Mahatma Phule and Honorable Srimati Savitribai Phule, Honorable Dr. Anandibai Joshi. Also, I acknowledge from the depth of my heart to all the honorable dignitaries who have contributed in empowering the women in India. Once again, good morning to all. Honorable Sri Harshavardhan Deshmukh Sir, President of Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati and patron of today's webinar. Honorable Dr. Avinash Moril Sir, inaugurator of today's function. Honorable Dr. Shirish Deshpande and Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak Madam, resource persons of today's webinar. Honorable Dr. Vijay Kumar Chaube Sir, Chief Guest of Valedictory Session. Principal of our college, Dr. P.R. Malviya Sir. Chairperson of inaugural session, Dr. Sanjay Bhoge Sir. And all the members of organizing committee and all the participants from different places of India who have registered and joined for this webinar. I, Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande Navlakhe, as the convener of this webinar, welcome you all on behalf of Dr. Punjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, Sri Shivaji Education Society, Amravati, organizer of this webinar, Dr. Pranay Malviya Sir, co-conveners, Professor R.S. Kale and Professor M.U. Ingole Sir, IQSC coordinator, Dr. R.G. Patil Sir, and all the members of organizing team. I appreciate your participation in this webinar by heart. I have divided delivery of my welcome come introductory speech in 3 phases. First of all, I would like to take opportunity to introduce about our education society and college. In second phase, I shall highlight the theme of today's national webinar. And in my last phase of my welcome speech, I would like to share outline of schedule with you. Today is the golden day for our institution. So let me first introduce about our education society, that is Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati, which is the largest educational society in Vidarbha region. It was established by Honorable Punjab Rao Deshmukh at Amravati. Now, our society is one of the largest of its kinds in India. This society has arts, commerce, science colleges along with Management College at Nagpur, Engineering College at Akola, and Medical College at Amravati, and our Law College at Amravati, that is Dr. Punjab Rao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati. It has a widespread network of school and colleges in Vidarbha region. The Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati is a premier educational institution of Central India, which provides branches in all of its districts in Vidarbha as well as in Maharashtra. Its founder president was late Dr. Punjab Rao alias Bhausaheb Deshmukh, who established various schools, colleges, hostels, and other teaching and technical institutions and devoted for strengthening and enlarging the activities of Sri Shivaji Education Society. The educational institutions covers various areas like law, agriculture, arts, biotechnology, computers, education, physical education, engineering, horticulture, information technology, medicine, microbiology, and the pure sciences. It also runs a polytechnic for boys and girls at Amravati. The society was awarded by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Dalit Mitra Award in 1993-94 by the government of Maharashtra. In the year 1999-2000, the society was awarded the Gadge Maharaj Memorial Award on 5th September 2000 by the government of Maharashtra. It has declared the society as the best administered society. Core vision of our education society is to use education as a tool of social transformation and to spread it amongst all the stratas of the society. Core mission is to build a network of schools and colleges for educating the masses. Now, let me share a brief information about our college, that is Dr. Punjab Rao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati. It is one of the most reputed institutions in Maharashtra state. It had been amongst the very few institutions offer LLB course for a number of years, even in post-independence era. The college offers LLB 3-year degree course, LLB 5-year degree course, and LLM degree course. It has PhD research center in law. It has been reaccredited with B grade by NAC. Our college is academically enriched with the contribution of 10 full-time law teachers, librarian and director of physical education, president of our society, Honorable Deshmukh sir, and principal of our college, Honorable Dr. Malviya sir, always support and encourage for academic activities and faculty development. Faculty members of our college are actively contributing in university work through various academic activities such as setting of question papers for PG and UG programs, assessment and evaluation process of affiliating university, representation on board of studies, local inquiry committees, on placement committees, on selection committees, and also working on subject examination committee, UG and PG. Not only that, 5 law teachers from our college are contributing as PhD supervisors in law. Now, let me share in brief the theme of today's webinar. The title of today's webinar is One Day National Webinar Interdisciplinary on Women Empowerment and the Law. Organization of national webinar on women empowerment is crucial as the protection, preservation, enhancement, and improvement of women's rights, including human rights of women, is in need of an hour. To achieve a goal of right to live with human dignity enshrined under Article 21 of Constitution of India as a part and parcel of right to life. The protection of women's rights is required to all spheres of life of mankind to achieve women empowerment. Hence, the organizers and organizer team were tempted to organize this webinar. Women empowerment is an important topic. Woman is an inseparable part of our family, society, region, country, and even of the world. For the reason that her contribution in the development of family, region, society, country, and world is tremendous and not less than the men. Not only that, but in few spheres or few sectors, she is much ahead from the main counterpart of the society. On this backdrop, it is very essential to create public awareness amongst the women as to how their important contribution and participation works out. If you take into consideration all the laws and enactments which are in existence pertaining to women empowerment, then the women are safe, secure, strong, and well protected. But unfortunately, there are some criticisms to it, and this equality in some spheres is on paper. In reality, the woman's esteem is threatened in day-to-day life in some spheres of her activities and functioning. My view is that unless and until the mentality of the men and all those persons who are in authority, including the government, is changed dynamically, the women shall not be placed in the position to get the fruits of women empowerment in true sense. I, Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande Navlakhe, as a convener of this webinar, pray to the God that the outlook of the men towards the women must be changed, and women should be treated equally at par with the men in every respect and in every field of life. That is only the purpose and meaning of women empowerment in our country. So this is about the theme of today's webinar and our intention to organize this webinar. Let me highlight just the outline of schedule of webinar. Inaugurator of today's webinar is Honorable Dr. Avinash Moril Sir, Dean Faculty of Humanities, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. After his inaugural speech, patron of today's function, Honorable Shri Harshavardhan Deshmukh Sir, President Shri Shivaji Education Society, Amravati, will give his address. Resource persons of today's webinar are Honorable Dr. S.L. Deshpande Sir, Professor of Law, Maharashtra National University, Nagpur, and Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak Madam, Principal, SP Law College, Chandrapur. Honorable Dr. V.H. Chaube Sir, Head, Postgraduate Teaching Department of Law and Board of Study Chairman, Law, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, is the chief guest of valedictory session. Dr. Sanjay Bhoge Sir will be the chairperson of this session. Due to some genuine reason, it is not possible for our principal, respected Dr. P.R. Malviya Sir, to join this webinar. That's why Dr. Sanjay Bhoge Sir will chair this session, that is inaugural session. At the last, I express my humble and sincere thanks to Honorable Harshavardhan Deshmukh Sir, Honorable Dr. Mohoril Sir, Honorable Dr. Shirish Deshpande Sir, Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak Madam, Honorable Dr. Vijay Kumar Chaube Sir, Honorable Dr. Sanjay Bhoge Sir, and Principal of our college, Honorable Dr. P.R. Malviya Sir, who is the organizer of national webinar, one-day national webinar on women empowerment and the law. I am thankful to co-conveners of this webinar, Professor R.S. Kale sir and Professor M.U. Ingule sir. I am also thankful to IQAC coordinator Dr. Rajesh Patil sir. I express my thanks to the members of advisory committee, Honorable S.L. Deshpande sir, Dr. Varsha Deshmukh madam, Dr. P.Y. Davade sir, and Dr. Alka Kuthe madam. I am also thankful to the members of organizing team of this webinar, Dr. Sanjay Boge sir, Dr. U.V. Thakre sir, Dr. N.K. Ramteke sir, Dr. D.H. Lokhande sir, and Shri C.A. Guge sir. I express my thanks to all who have directly or indirectly contributed in this organization of this webinar. I am thankful to our technical expert, Sri Vishal Kadam sir, for providing technical support, who will provide technical support throughout this webinar. So thank you. Thanks to all. Now, I would like to take opportunity to introduce today's session's inaugurator, Honorable Dr. Avinash Morir sir. Dr. Avinash Morir sir is an eminent person with multidimensional personality, and he has been contributing in various fields, including academic activities and other curricular activities. He is Dean of the Dean of Faculty Humanities, Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. His educational qualification is MA in English, and he is gold medalist. He has qualified SET exam and also completed PhD in English subject. He has completed PG diploma and masters in psychotherapy and counseling. He is contributing at senior college in education field since 1996. He is consistently teaching English and Marathi literature. He is working as principal at Mahila Mahavidyalaya Amravati since 2012. He is contributing as a dean in Faculty of Humanities, Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati from 2019. Not only that, he is contributing and handling the various responsibilities such as Vice President of Vidarbha Sahitya Sangha Amravati, Joint Secretary to the Deep Shikha Saniki School Chikaldara. His articles is continuously being published in various reputed newspapers. He has been appointed on steering committee at Santa Gadge Baba Blood Bank, Bandera. When we consider his eminent contribution in academic field, he has published more than 50 research papers in various national and international journals. He has contributed in various national and international conferences. He has completed study tour of Sweden and Denmark in 2019. Since 2000, he is being contributing in delivery of lectures throughout the Maharashtra region, and he is continuously engaged and devoted in various workshops, that is effective skill management workshop, personality development workshop, teachers development workshop, English literature development workshop, and other academic workshops. So I would like to request Honorable Dr. Morin sir to inaugurate this national webinar titled as one-day national webinar interdisciplinary on women empowerment and the law, and to deliver inaugural speech to enlighten us. Dr. Moril, sir.
Thank
Hello.
you. Thank you. Am I
Yes, sir.
audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, good morning to all of you. The chief patron of this national webinar, Honorable Harshavardhan Deshmukh sir, the chairman of inaugural function, Professor Sanjay Bhoge, the honorable principal of the college, Dr. Malviya, Dr. Bhagyashri Deshpande, the convener of the webinar, and all the participants from across the nation. As I was just looking to the chat box, some of the people are from Chandigarh and other parts of the countries. They have joined this webinar. And I consider that this is really wonderful to speak with people who are signed with law studies and talk about women empowerment. I also like and I would like to congratulate the organizers for keeping this webinar as interdisciplinary, because recently declared national education policy is highlighting the very important fact about our total education scheme, that now we should move to interdisciplinary structures of studies. And that is why I am congratulating all of you for organizing this as interdisciplinary nature, because the title of the webinar, though it is suggesting that women empowerment and law, but as you have kept it interdisciplinary, it means that you would like to appeal the other faculty members and people belonging to other faculties also to look into the matter. Because when we go on bracketing the things, then it's a common practice in our profession that when the things are bracketed, we overlook the things. But as you have kept it interdisciplinary, I am really happy for that. And initially I declare that this webinar is inaugurated, and it is requested to me that I should deliver something, some thoughts of mine. As you have called resource persons of well repute and caliber, I consider that I should just open up some introductory remarks to this particular topic. As in the opening statement, Dr. Bhagyashri Deshpande has spoken about women empowerment. I would like to add one more one thing to that first, and then I would like to mention some of the thoughts which are there in my mind regarding this topic. As she said that the approach of men is to be changed in the aspects and in the process of women empowerment. I would like to add one more thing, that approach of women also to be changed in the process of women empowerment. Because now time has come to think about this particular women empowerment process as 2.0. Now, in this COVID pandemic, we are very much familiar with 1.0, 2.0, so lockdown 2.0. So now we can say that women empowerment 2.0, the time has come to think about it. Because now in process of women empowerment, we have proceeded with certain procedures, and now we have brought ourselves at such a juncture where you will find distinctive approaches regarding this particular thought. So I just recall, I was just thinking about the very beautiful topic which was kept on by Dr. Bhagyashri Deshpande and her team to think about, that women empowerment and law. So I thought that women empowerment, the process which had started, it has got a historical background also. And when we peeped in history, we see that some of the very important and leading roles which were played by women. Now, a question arises that don't we think that women empowerment had a long run and women were empowered quite enough in some of the ranges of history also? I can quote some of the examples, like we always play the mother of Shivaji Maharaj at Jizabai, who played an important role in the establishment of Swaraj. And in consideration of women empowerment, sometimes we find that when women were given opportunity to rule, they have ruled and established themselves more powerfully than men. Now, there are certain examples I can quote. One, I have already told you that it is from history that Jizabai ruled. When she ruled more powerfully than men also. And we acknowledge it with all respect, even today also. Then if we come to the near the independent and post-independent independent era, we had seen one of the prime ministers of India in the name of Indira Gandhi, who ruled and whose rule is still today we consider as one of the most powerful, more powerful than men. So what I am saying is that when opportunities were given to women, they had proved themselves more powerfully than men. Now, in consideration with 21st century, can we say that is it now time has come to compare, time has come to stop comparing these roles of men and women in the process of total society development? Rather, we have to proceed to the equal opportunity levels which are to be offered now. And once we accept that equal opportunity status, then approaches change. Two examples I want to quote, and they are also very much interesting. Now, if we say that if we consider that policemen who worked from ages together, from years together, they were working. But the most powerful name in police force we remember as of Kiran Bedi. But there are many men. There are many men. There are many men who had worked very powerfully, but still we remember name of Kiran Bedi when police force name of police force appears in our mind. Same case is with Jayalalitha, the AIDMK chief who ruled in South India, and she ruled more powerfully than men also. The point which I am making is that women empowerment 2.0 is not just empowering women, it must be the process to take towards the theme of equality. And the theme of equality is to be interfused in the minds of quote unquote men and also women. That also is very much important. I would like to just share one of the very beautiful examples which I felt, which I had experienced some few years back, and that remained in my mind. I was just standing in a row to book a ticket on railway station for making my reservation. I was just standing in a queue, and there was a woman who was fighting with the men to get her opportunity to make booking earlier, just because she was a woman, shouting loudly and making all speculations to men who were standing in the row and saying that I should be given opportunity. You are so ruthless. You are so in-hearted. You are not kind-hearted enough to understand my agony. एक वो हिंदी में बोला जाता है ना कि औरत होने के बावजूद भी मेरे तरफ ध्यान नहीं देते हैं, मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दे रहे हैं, ये सब insensitive है. This kind of words she was uttering and showing that she should be given opportunity to make a booking. At the same time, I saw a student of the age of 21 standing in the same row of men. And the comment which she made, I didn't make that comment. She made a comment. And what was that comment? She said that, why this woman is angry? As I can stand here in the queue with men, and as I am totally agreed with the thought of equality with men, that equality also should be shown in this respect also. If men are standing for 3 hours to make a booking, I can also stand, and that is proving my empowerment. Now see the difference. This is the way in which the new generation is thinking of the concept of women empowerment. They have already started thinking in this way, that women empowerment means the road to proceeding to equality. So that measures of equality and the role of equality is to be interfused very strongly in this society. And here comes the role of people belonging to law sector, because I have initiated the thought. Now there are resource person and you all are thinkers. You can think more properly in the today's webinar and give deliberations, arrive with some conclusions and proceed with a very beautiful thought. But what I would like to highlight is that the role of law people, I mean people belonging to law faculty, because you have certain special advantages. What are those advantages? Those advantages are that you people can think precisely and to the point, because that is your job. When lawmakers prepare law and when you interpret the law, your advantage is that you interpret it in a more precise and more correct manner with the use of appropriate words. That is the capability and advantage of people who are studying law. And that is why the topic which you have chosen is very wonderful, that women empowerment and the law. So the laws which are enforcing women empowerment, that should be given one dimension of equality. At the same time, now it is the pattern to be carried by all of us to take this very important thought in the most precise manner and convincing manner to the new generation, because new generation is waiting for this. I'm not talking about the old generations. They will consider these thoughts accordingly, but we have to highlight, we have to target the new generation, which is completely confused regarding these certain thoughts. Because on one hand, they see the kind of projections about women empowerment being being flowed to them in such a way that they are getting confused. So our job is to clarify the things. Our job is to produce clarity of this particular point, of this particular idea, and make the people understand. No, the kind of ideas which are prevailing in the society. Sometime Dr. Varsha Deshmukh is here, and I have spoken with her regarding this. Sometimes, there was a discussion was going on. That's gender sensitization. Now, people, what kind of taboos are there in the society? Now, a discussion was there that the course under the title gender sensitization is to be introduced, and one of the very reputed persons, though he is reputed, the kind of taboos which are carried, he said that now there are 3-4 women colleges in the university, so we should introduce in the women college. No, I was surprised and taken to a shock that gender sensitization, when we say gender sensitization, then it is related to women and it is to be taught to women. On the contrary, I have rejected that thought and I have said that actually gender sensitization is a matter and is a topic to be taught to men more than women. No, such kind of ideas are prevailing in the society, in our education system also, and that is why we should come up with a very strong notion about women empowerment, and it should be 2.0 now. The age-old procedures of women empowerment, which we had been carrying from years together, now they should be taken into a new shape. The idea should be different, the method should be different, the methodology should be different, because the receptors have been changed, completely changed. We see that if you happen to proceed to any campus in Amravati, for example, and if you see some of the girl students, now see the kind of approach. The girl students smoking, that's completely wrong. But if we see them smoking, then we say that the kind of atmosphere is very bad. The atmosphere is getting very much worsened. Same situation, if we find it in metros, our version is changed and we say that it's very common there. So why this kind of segregation is also there? We have to think all these social considerations also. Our approach must be broadened now. The frame which we had decided to look to the point of women empowerment, I request all the dignitaries and all the researchers who are participating in this particular webinar to look and find out. Let us come up. Now, Dr. Hastak madam is also there. Your resource persons are also there. And they are really people who had given thought to this particular topic in a wider sense. So what I am requesting, being the inaugurator and being the Dean of Faculty of Humanities, I just take this opportunity to speak about this particular topic. Let us widen and open up this particular topic of women empowerment. Let us not keep it to the zone of considering after changing the approach of men and making them things in that way. Let us change it. Let us consider the receptors. Let us consider the new generation and their point of views. Now, sometimes I find Dr. Hastak will definitely agree with me that sometimes, the communication with the young generation and what they think is also a big hindrance in the process of total consideration of this particular topic. Now, that also happens. We have forgotten. We have to change our mindset. If the young generation is not coming to us to share their emotions, we need to go to them. And that is why the role of teacher, I really just to conclude my inaugural thought, what I am saying is that when we go through the national education policy now, when we go through the document of national education policy, I guess one of the best documents which is available in the education sector right now. We all must go through that, and it is highlighting the very important point that now teacher has to play an important role, and that role is changing from being a teacher to a mentor. No, we have to be mentor. We need to play a role of a mentor for our students, and that is why I really congratulate Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law for organizing this at such a juncture where the confusion regarding women empowerment is an rampant. Now, there are many theories which are being produced. There are many thoughts which are being given. So it is the utmost responsibility of the people belonging to law faculty to jot out certain things which will be very much precise, because new generation, they want precise information. They don't have time. They want precise information. They want accurate information. They want sincere information, and they want information which will reach to their heart. So leaving up the technicalities about the topic, we must come up with certain ideas. We must come up with certain deliberations. We must come up with certain conclusions which will reach to the students. Because I believe that there are many teachers who are participating in this national webinar, but we are not participating for the sake of certificate. I don't believe that. I absolutely don't believe that. We are here to discuss some important thought. We are here to discuss something which is very much important, and we are here to discuss it for the benefit of our students. This is the benefit. I am thankful to Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande and Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law for inviting me here, because when I speak to 136 participants, if for example 76 or 75 participants are teachers, then I'm not talking about 75 people. I'm talking about 75 multiplied by 1,000 students of them. So at the same time, I'm talking to 75,000 students. So that is the advantage of speaking with teachers. That is the advantage of communicating with teachers, and this is very wonderful opportunity which is given to me, that I would like to highlight that in the light of the topic which you have chosen, let us bring forward women empowerment 2.0. Let us jot down something which is needed by the young generation of 21st century. Let us clarify ideas of the confusions in their mind, and let us bring forth a very beautiful light of clarity in their mind, so that we can develop a very beautiful society having the thought of equality. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि अब तक हमें मजबूर किया, अब हम मजबूर करेंगे. The cycle should not be rolled in this way. No, I guess it won't, because we believe in the power and the sensitivity of the womanhood of this nation. They will not allow this cycle to roll on again in the form of revenge. It won't be. It won't be. We believe that, and we strongly believe that. But at the same time, the thought of equality should be run more powerfully. So I congratulate all of you. I welcome the resource persons in the domain of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, for giving and sharing their time. And also I am thankful to Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law for inviting me to inaugurate this particular webinar, and just give me opportunity to share this new dimension. If possible, just come up with the beautiful things, because a lot of our students are looking for something which is very important to be received from all of us. Thank you so much.
हॅलो.
हा मॅडम बोला ना.
आवाज नव्हता येत मध्यंतरी. सरांचं स्पीड झालं का? हॅलो, आवाज नाही येत आहे सर.
येतोय आता.
हा, ऐकलं आता येतो. हा, हॅलो हॅलो.
बोला ना मॅडम, बोला ना. आवाज आहे ना क्लिअर?
आहे ना, मला मध्यंतरी ऐकून आलं. मोरे सरांचं झालं ना स्पीच?
हो हो.
हो झालं.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Moril, sir. First of all, I am thankful to you from the depth of my heart for encouraging us for selection of topic for this national webinar, specifically for inclusion of word interdisciplinary in the title of our webinar.
तर माझा फोटो दिसून
You
राहिला
have,
ना, बाजूचा नाही दिसत.
you have enlightened us through your excellent and thought-provoking speech, and you have very rightly pointed out that not only men but women are also required to be aware with regard to concept of women empowerment, because unfortunately some examples are there that woman creates hurdle in the progress of other women or women. These examples are also observed sometimes in the society. So you have very rightly pointed out that not only men but also women must develop awareness amongst them regarding the concept of development of women empowerment in our nation. Also, you have appreciated women by discussing examples of eminent personalities, Honorable Jizabai and Honorable Indira Gandhi. And message we have grasped from your speech, core message is that the reasonable concept of women empowerment is required to be developed in our nation, not only in our nation, but also in the world, with the aspect of development of gender sensitization. Thank you so much. I express my deep thanks to you on behalf of Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, on behalf of our education society, that is Sri Shivaji Education Society, on behalf of organizer of this national webinar, and on behalf of all the members of organizing team. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, the president of our society, Honorable Harshavardhan Deshmukh sir, has shared his message to us as patron's address. Kadam sir, hello, Kadam sir.
हो मॅडम बोला ना.
Share Deshmukh sir's message to us.
To start with, I pay my humble respect to our founder president, late Dr. Joseph Panjabrao Deshmukh. On the onset, I congratulate the principal of Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, and his team for organizing the webinar on the theme of women and empowerment. I also thank Honorable Dr. Avinash Moril, Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Sant Garge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. The protection, improvement of women's rights is a need of our hour to achieve a good right to live with human dignity. I wish this webinar a grand success. This webinar is pertaining to the law related to women empowerment in our country. Empowerment of women is complex and multi-dimensional phenomenon. It is indispensable for the development of family, society and the world. It is interlinked with the concept gender equality and gender justice. In our country, in addition to the Constitution of India, which is the supreme law of the land, many laws are enacted by the union and the state government for the purpose of empowerment of women. All these laws are certainly and definitely beneficial to the women for their empowerment. But in practice, a lot of things are yet to be done for their improvement. I am of this opinion that unless and until all the essential requirements for implementing these enactments are not set up properly, till that time, the women empowerment in real sense shall not be attained. The following are the few enactments for empowerment in women: Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, Maternity Benefit Act 1961, Equal Remuneration Act 1976, and Commission of City Prevention Act 1987. PNDT Act of 1994, Hindu Succession Amendment Bill Act 2005, and the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006. Right to Education Act 2009, the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013, Marriage Registration Act 2017, Muslim Women Protection of Rights of Marriage Act 1919, etc. I am sure that the day is not far away when every walk of life. Our government is powerful enough to make further legal enactments. Amendments for the providing women more power. Indian judiciary has also strengthened the concept of women empowerment through a series of its judicial pronouncements by way of judicial activism. I must also mention the organizing team of this webinar, that is Dr. K.R. Malvi, that is our principal, IQAC coordinator, Dr. R.P. Patil, Associate Professor, Convener, Dr. P.A. Deshpande Madam, Professor, Co-Convener, Sri R.S. Kale, Associate Professor, Co-Convener, Dr. N.U. Ingole, Assistant Professor, and their team. I once again wish this webinar a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I express my sincere thanks to Honorable Harshavardhan Deshmukh, sir, President, Sri Shivaji Education Society, Amravati. Sir has highlighted that the development and cultivation of the concept of women empowerment is a need of an hour. Also, he has elaborated the concept of gender justice and gender equality. Not only that, he has covered various major enactments pertaining to the development of women empowerment in India, which are enacted by the Parliament of India. And also, he has referred judicial pronouncements which have been pronounced by the higher organs of the judiciary, which have contributed for the development of concept of women empowerment in our nation. Thank you so much, Honorable Deshmukh sir, for sharing your valuable address to us. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request chairperson of this session, Honorable Dr. Sanjay Bhoge sir, to deliver his chairperson's address. Dr. Bhoge sir.
Am I audible, madam?
Yes, yes, sir.
Awaj- Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning to all. To start with, let me give my humble tribute Dr. Panjabrao Ali's Bhausaheb Deshmukh, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Jijamata, Savitribai Phule. I, Dr. Sanjay Bhoge, as the chairperson of this webinar, welcome you all once again on behalf of Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law and Sri Shivaji Education Society, Amravati. Really, organization of national webinar on the theme of women empowerment is the great achievement for our institution. Women empowerment is a need of an hour. It will strengthen our nation and will create a comprehensive path towards a progress of our nation in all spheres of life. The purpose of this webinar is to educate the students, faculty, researchers, and all the members of the society towards the empowerment of women. The women empowerment in India is possible because of the various enactments enacted by the parliament and the state legislatures. The concept of women empowerment has been widened by the Indian judiciary through its series of judicial pronouncements supporting and protecting the woman's right. All these enactments specifically deal with the woman empowerment, and if these enactments reach to every strata of the society, then certainly a public opinion will favor the woman empowerment. Woman empowerment shall be built up, cultivated, and developed, which is the need of the time. The woman empowerment shall definitely reduce or take away the differential treatment which is adverse and discriminatory to the woman. The purpose of this webinar is to develop the concept of woman empowerment in the society. I am very much thankful to all. I express my humble and sincere thanks to Honorable Sri Harshavardhan Deshmukh, Honorable Dr. Avinash Mohri, Honorable Dr. Sirish Deshpande, Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak, Honorable Dr. Vijay Kumar Chobe, and Dr. Pranay Malviya of our college. I wish a grand success to this national webinar. I pray for the fulfillment of its purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Sanjay Bhoge, sir. You have rightly pointed out that specifically how to reduce discriminatory treatment against women in the various field of life. And also you have highlighted the contribution of Parliament of India and Indian judiciary in the development of concept of women empowerment in our nation. Thank you so much, Bhoge sir, for your speech. Now, I would like to invite Dr. N.K. Ramteke sir, Associate Professor, Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, to propose vote of thanks. Ramteke sir. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Am I
Ramteke
audible?
sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Ah, yes, sir. You are audible. Yes, sir. You are. Hello.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Adjust करा.
Hello.
Ah, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity for thanks. First of all, I want to thank Honorable Harshavardhan Deshmukh, Shivaji Education Society, Amravati, for giving invitation to organize webinar and given time to time help to successful this. Thank you, sir. Thereafter, I would thank our moderator of this webinar, Honorable Dr. Avinash Mohri, sir, Dean Humanities, Sant Baba Amravati University, invitation of our webinar and address webinar on the behalf of Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law. Thereafter, I would like to thank Chairperson of this webinar, Dr. S. Bhoge, sir, Lion, Punjab Deshmukh College, who accept invitation. Chairperson, the principal sir. Thank you, okay, sir. After, I would like to thank our principal, organizer of this webinar, Malviya sir, without whom this webinar is. Thank you, sir. Thereafter, I would like to welcome chief guest of valedictory function, Honorable Sir, Head of the Department of Education in Department of our University, for accepting this session as a chief guest of. Thank you, sir. Thereafter, welcome our resource person, Honorable S.L. Deshmukh, Professor, Maharashtra Law University, Nagpur, who gives time to attend this webinar. Thank you on the behalf of Punjab Amravati. Thereafter, I would like to welcome resource person, Honorable Dr. Z. Hastak Madam, SP Law Chandrapur, who as a resource fund and join us. Thank you, madam. Thereafter, I would like to thank our convener of this webinar, Dr. B. Deshpande, who takes responsibility to organize this webinar. Thank you, madam. Thereafter, I would thank all the organizing members who actively participated to assist this webinar. Thanks to all. At the last but not least, I would like to thank the participants who joined in this webinar. Thank you to all. Starting technical session, I had over charge RS Kades. Kades, over to you, Kades.
Hello. Hello. Hello, Kadam sir. Hello, Kadam sir.
2 मिनिटं सुद्धा.
Hello.
हॅलो, हा मॅडम बोला.
Voice quality is poor, Kadam sir.
मॅडम त्यांचा इंटरनेट कनेक्शनचा प्रॉब्लेम आहे.
Okay, okay.
कारण की आपला दोघांचा आवाज प्रॉपरली येतोय.
आपला येतोय. Okay. So this is the time of technical session 1. I would like to invite RS Kade sir, Associate Professor, Dr. Punjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, to deliver welcome address to this session and to introduce Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak Madam. Honorable
so
Dr.
much.
Deshpande sir. Honorable
Thank you
Dr.
so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. Myself Ravindra Kade. I am associate professor in the same college. I am for welcome address and introduction to resource person. First of all, I welcome all participants join in this webinar. For this first technical session, we have as a chairperson Dr. Rajesh Patel, who is the IQAC coordinator of our college, and the resource person this first technical session is Dr. S.L. Deshpande. Now I am going to introduce him. First of all, I would like to tell something about his teaching experience. Sir has almost working since 39 years. His career was started in year 1982 as a lecturer as postgraduate teaching department, RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. He worked there as a lecturer from 1982 to 1990. Thereafter, in the same institute, he became senior lecturer as per the earlier pay scale designations from year 1990 to 1999. Thereafter, at the same postgraduate teaching department of law, he has been designated as a reader in the year 1999. From here, he has worked as a reader up to year 2005. Sir, thereafter have shifted from Nagpur to Hyderabad and joined Nalsar University of Law in the year 2005 and worked there from 2005 to 2007. Then thereafter he come back to once again postgraduate teaching department RTM Nagpur University Nagpur in the year 2013 and joined there as a professor of law. He worked there up to 2017, and now at presently he is a professor of law at Maharashtra National Law University, Nagpur. Sir also has an administrative experience. He has total 9 years administrative experience as a head of department, postgraduate teaching department of law at RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. Talking about research experience of Sir, so Sir he has his PhD in the year 1996, and the topic of his thesis was changing parameters of judicial review with particular reference to public interest litigation. Sir is also recognized PhD supervisor since 1998. Till date, 9 students under his supervision have awarded PhD. 2 students have submitted PhD work, and recently 3 students are doing research work under his kind supervision. Sir also during his whole service has supervised more than 400 students of LLM third semester and fourth semester for socio-legal research and doctrinal research as a university guidelines on various themes. Talking about Sir's achievements, Sir is the president of National Federation of Blind India, and Sir has participated in general body meetings of the World Blind Union and ICEVI at Bangkok, Thailand, representing National Federation of Blind India. Sir is nominated as a member of the Braille Council of India also. Sir is also founder member of Residential Blind School Nagpur. Sir is actively participated in consultative meetings for drafting of the Convention on Human Rights for Persons with Disabilities organized by British Council. Sir is a member of committee for a drafting of a new law for persons with disability established by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Talking about the publications of Sir, Sir has published so much material in his whole career that if suppose I read all the papers which he has published or participated, it will take much more time. But his publication process or something like that started since the year 1989. Sir has chaired a number of technical sessions of various national and international conferences and seminars. Sir also have delivered number of keynote addresses there and participated, presented papers, lectures on various forms. Today, in this first technical session, the topic Sir will discuss with you is the concept of women empowerment, problems and perspectives. Now, without wasting your valuable time, I, with due respect, request Dr. S.L. Pandey sir to give his valuable thoughts and enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kade sir, for your welcome address and to introduce Deshpande sir. Now, I request Honorable S.L. Deshpande sir, resource person of technical session 1, to deliver his valuable speech on the topic concept of women empowerment, problems and perspectives. Honorable Deshpande sir, please start your speech. Hello, Honorable Deshpande sir. Hello. Hello, Deshpande sir.
Just a minute. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. So I must thank Professor Kare for this lovely introduction, and also thank the organizers for being giving me an opportunity to be part of this national webinar. And in particular, I must thank Professor Bhagyashree Deshpande also for especially taking steps to conduct this particular program. Now, Chairman, sir, I would like to begin with your permission. Okay, okay, fine. So let me start with the basic proposition with which all of you are familiar, that the patriarchal domination exists that is a proposition too obvious to be established and too obvious to be contested. Now, the question is how this has come about. That's the question. And I will try to answer them in terms of the attitude of the scholars in this particular respect, and later on then try to demonstrate how this has been translated into the laws, institutions, processes, and doctrines of the courts of law. And also thereafter, I would like to be talking about the victories of the feminist movements in India, what kinds of reforms they have succeeded in establishing or getting it, and also then what are the problems associated with those legislative reforms. Plus, I will also be talking about the judiciary's initiative in addressing the problems which women face, and contribute on their own initiative with regard to women's empowerment. Now, first of all, let me just tell you why the patriarchy has come about. Now, if you have a brief look at the philosophers like Aristotle or Rousseau or John Locke, you will be shocked to see what they have to say about women. Now, what Aristotle says is that man is a rational animal, and women's reasoning faculty is defective, therefore it is powerless. Then what Rousseau talks about is the fact that a man is a strong individual or strong person, and women are weak. So he says it follows from this that men are active and strong, whereas women are passive and weak. So it stands to reason that if you have these kinds of perception being outlined by great philosophers, obviously they were respected philosophers, and obviously whatever they said became the natural fact as such, or something which cannot be contested, or something which is so universal, something so natural and so scientific that no one would like to contest or dispute those facts. Therefore, Helen Longfellow, one of the feminist scholars, epistemological scholars, she says that the problem with the philosophy is not their maleness, the problem is their homogeneity. That is to say, because all men thought alike, and therefore they started writing articles or the movies, production of the movies or the dramas, and even the organization of the culture and society on the basis of the fact that women are women and men are men. So obviously it became the norm. So whatever is then shared by a multitude of individuals, because they belong to the same point of view, suddenly acquires the character of something which is natural, something which is normal. And it is that foundation which led to this particular situation where in all spheres of life, women were perceived as not having the rationality which men possess. Now, the Western philosophers are not the only ones. Just to give you one example, so far as the framers of the Indian Constitution are concerned, let me tell you that it was the lady member of Constituent Assembly, Purnima Banerjee. She took the view that since 3 prominent ladies members' vacancies had occurred in Constituent Assembly, therefore she thought that their vacancies should be filled up by women only. Now, To her surprise and perhaps surprise of those who read this particular episode, M.V. Kamath, one of the leading members of the Constituent Assembly, he said that the fact is well established that men think with heads, whereas women think with heart. And therefore, in matters of affairs of the state, what is required that we should be ruled by the head and not by the heart. And therefore, he thought that there was no necessity of filling up those vacancies, women's vacancies, by women alone. So in other words, you find that even in the Constituent Assembly, the patriarchal consciousness was very much present, although they recognized that the discrimination on the basis of sex has to be eliminated. Therefore, they wrote into the provisions of the Constitution the principle of non-discrimination, namely that no person shall be discriminated only on the ground of sex. For example, the word used here is sex. Now, what is important for us to understand is that the Constitution does not distinguish between the gender and the sex. Now, what is important for us to understand is that there is a fundamental distinction between gender and sex. So, sex is a biological concept, whereas gender is a sociological concept. Now, why it is sociological? Because what happens is the women and men are assigned their roles in society by reference to their sex. And it is because of that the division of labor has taken place through the working out of the assignment of roles by reference to biology. It is this particular assignment of roles, social roles to women and men by reference to their biology that has come to be known as gender. Now, what is significant here is that when you assign the roles by reference to gender, what you are doing is you are dividing the society into male and female, or men and women. Now, it doesn't stop there. What happens is when you divide, what you do is you not only divide women and men, but you also, by that process, assign subordinate role to women themselves. So in the process, for example, maintenance of house and nurturing of the family, keeping the family integrated and united, she has to, look for a generation of children, for example, and also look after them during their childhood. All these familial responsibilities have been cast upon women by reference to their biology. So obviously what happens here is that her biology is constructed, socially constructed by men. So patriarchy then reveals itself through this division and hierarchy. So please remember what has happened here. Two things have happened. One, a difference is then created between men and women on the basis of biology, and then that difference is then used for the purposes of ranking the roles performed by men and women. So men perform more important roles, whereas women perform less important roles. And it is this particular division and hierarchy that has been responsible for the transformation of women not as an equal person, but as an unequal person, and thereby robbing her of equal opportunities in matters of education or employment and other things, because the office of woman was to look after the household, and office of a man was to earn the bread for the family as a whole. So that is a traditional learning which we had. Now, what happens is that this particular assignment of social roles to by reference to biology, it is also then translated into legislations as well. Now, let me give an example to demonstrate the point. What happens here is that the law does not divide the power or relations between man and woman. It divides it in terms of the status. Now, for example, if you are a husband, then you have certain powers. If you are a wife, then you have certain obligations or certain powers. If you have, for example, if you're a son, you have certain rights. If you're a daughter, you'd have certain disabilities. So that kind of division in terms of status and then assigning a subordinate role to women or has been the hallmark of especially customary law as well as the statutory legislations. So, for example, the Hindu customary law did not treat daughters and sons on par with each other, as you know. Then similarly, you find that the sons have been treated totally differently in terms of his role in, let us say, assigning heaven to his father by lighting his funeral fire. So these are the traditional things. And later on, the statutes, for example, if you look at just one example of Hindu Succession Act and Section 6 of the Hindu Succession Act, it makes a very interesting provision. It says that the man is the natural guardian, whereas the mother is a natural guardian after the father. Now, when you have this provision, it was challenged on the ground that why primacy is given to the father on the ground that he has been assigned a primacy in the matter of the natural guardianship. So the roles and responsibilities of guardianships have been unequally assigned by reference to biology, and it was challenged on this ground before the Supreme Court by Geeta Hariharan. Now, the factual background was Geeta Hariharan had bought certain Reserve Bank of India bonds from Reserve Bank, and then she signed as a guardian because they were bought in her son's name. Now, objection was raised by the Reserve Bank of India on the ground that the signature of the natural guardian has to be there. We don't accept mother's signatures at all. What we want is father being the natural guardian, you have to get his signature. Now, Mrs. Geeta Hariharan had certain problems with her husband, and she could not, they were not living together. So ultimately she challenged the validity of this before the Supreme Court as a violation of the Article 15 of the Constitution on the ground that a primacy is given to men, although it was a woman who was conceiving it and nurturing it, and therefore she should have been given the national guardianship instead of the man. So anyhow, the Supreme Court was not inclined to accept this argument of discrimination, and they held that Section 6 of the Hindu Minority and Guardianship Act is constitutional. They interpreted the word after to mean in the absence of the father. In the absence would mean physical absence, or he is rendered incapable by virtue of disability and other factors from performing his responsibility as a natural guardian. So in only such situations that women can become natural guardians. So default rule is that man is a natural guardian, and after the father, that is not after the death of the father, but in his absence, then women become the natural guardians. So even today, you find that the woman cannot sign the bonds or sign anything as a national guardian. She has to demonstrate that her husband or the father of the child is not available for good reasons. It's the most unfortunate judgment so far as the feminist thinking is concerned, because it is women who should have been given the national guardianship. But because of the fact that male is the sheet anchor in terms of maintenance of the family as a whole, this particular national guardianship was assigned to men themselves. Now, this is the beginning of gender discrimination. So, when you discriminate on the basis of biology, not purely biology, but biology constructed by social roles, then you have the case of a gender. But please note, the Constitution of India does not prohibit gender discrimination. The Constitution of India prohibits sex discrimination. Okay? So, thus far we have seen that it is the patriarchy which is responsible for subordination of women. Now, it stands to reason, if you think about this matter in a dispassionate manner, you might think, okay, women and men are different, but only difference is with regard to their reproductive capabilities, which men do not have. At least they cannot deliver child, conceive child and deliver child, at least as on today, in terms of technology, if you think. So the point is that otherwise, men and women are the same. So question is, okay, for the purposes of reproduction, you may treat women differently, but there is no necessity of treating women differently in all other aspects. Now, it is here that I need to point out how the difference is understood and treated in the society. So, for example, just to give you one example to demonstrate how difference is not a pure difference or physical difference, it is something deeper than that. Now, let us say one example I'll just give you to demonstrate the point I want to make. Say one girl says to another friend of hers that kitne gande log hain machhi khate hain. Now, here in this particular sentence, what you have is you know the difference between eating habits. So to that extent, it's fine. But it does not stop there. Then this particular difference is evaluated in terms of goodness and badness. So this is how the difference is transformed into degradation. Okay? So when you subhumanize someone, when you want to dehumanize him, or you want to, shall I say, degrade him, obviously what you do, you treat the difference and evaluate it in terms of goodness or badness. So then in that situation, difference is transformed into disadvantage, or difference is transformed into discrimination. So this is precisely what happens in the case of gender difference. Here the difference is not purely physical difference. The difference is, it goes beyond that, and it assigns a subordinate role to women in all aspects of life or walks of life. And in that sense, you might say that unequal power relations are created based upon the conception of difference which patriarchy has produced. It is not a pure difference, it is a difference plus evaluation, and then transforming difference into disadvantage or discrimination. This is precisely what happens. And now this particular perception, patriarchal perception, then is written into laws. And when you write them into laws, obviously, then you seek to perpetuate it you seek to legitimize it. That's the problem. So obviously, when you have this situation of legitimization of patriarchy, so I just told you section 6 of the Minority and Guardianship Act just now is Gita Hariharan failed to challenge, although successfully arguments were made. Let us now talk about the issue of women empowerment. Now, women empowerment is not something which is new. In fact, you might say, so far as India is concerned, the crusade for gender equality began with Savitribai Phule's campaign for girls' education. And of course, her husband's campaign for the education for the untouchables. So what you find is that women's empowerment, it was realized that unless and until the girls and women are educated, they are not going to become equal at all. So as early as 1840s, you realize Savitribai Phule recognized the significance of women empowerment as a strategy to be adopted. Later on, of course, other male initiatives they taken to resolve certain obvious inequalities created for certain kind of status. For example, widow status. Widow status was a horrible status in old Hindu culture. Obviously, you find that as soon as the husband dies, she was made to cut her hair and wear, white clothes, and then obviously avoid any social engagements, not to have any friendship with any male. All these restrictions were imposed, and she was made to suffer a life of isolation and neglect. Now, obviously, it was Raja Ram Mohan Roy, and also Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. All these men have taken the initiative in getting this problem sorted out, launching a social movement for the equality of women. So obviously, you have history of women's empowerment, and it began through social movements. This is important for us to understand that the legislations were enacted later on, but at least there was a strong social movement that was began for women's empowerment through some of the individuals. I just mentioned few of them. There are many who have worked for this, and therefore women's empowerment is not something which is new as we tend to think about it. It is quite old. So the strategy was to bring about equality. So that is the ultimate goal of women's empowerment, that you have to empower women. Now, when you talk about women's empowerment, I think it is necessary for us to understand the concept of woman herself. Now, it is quite clear that if you think that problems of women all over the world are same, that will be a great mistake for you to come to such a conclusion. That is not the truth. So when we try to understand the concept of woman, as Professor Upendra Bakshi says, that what we need to do is we need to pluralize the conception of woman. Now, how do you pluralize the conception of woman? It's not a single woman, but plurality of conceptions of woman. Now, it is here that we need to realize that the problems of all women are not the same. So for example, the problems of rural women are not the problems of urban women. The problems of educated women is not the problems of uneducated, illiterate women. Similarly, the problems of women belonging to particular backward classes is different from problems of women belong to forward classes. In other words, what we need to understand is that there is no single concept of a woman. There is plurality of conceptions of women. So whenever you want to undertake the remedy of women's empowerment, I think it should be done by recognizing the plurality of the conception of women. You cannot have one-time fixed solutions for all the women. Since women's social reality is constructed by their social situation, obviously in that context, one has to attain to that particular social reality or social situatedness of women in order to empower them. You can't empower them without undertaking study of the kind of situation in which women live. So for example, if the geographical considerations are relevant, for example, with regard to rural women, obviously your women empowerment programs will have to target the rural women only and the kinds of problems which they are facing. Similar is the case with regard to women belonging to the backward classes. So it's a double discrimination they suffer. They not only suffer discrimination on the ground of the caste, but also they also suffer discrimination on the ground that they are women as well. So it's a double discrimination. It is what is called by one of our colleagues, young colleagues, Shreya Atre. It's a problem of intersectionality. The problem of intersectionality means that while studying the women empowerment solutions, one has to attain to the socio-economic and cultural context in which women's rights are exercised or women find themselves. Now, this insight was, I can attribute it to the United Nations Conventions in 1979, that is Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, where I think it is Article 14 of the CEDAW. It says that one has to look at the socio-economic status of women for the purpose of undertaking remedial measures. So it is this particular understanding that is brought to bear upon the kinds of women empowerment programs you have to launch. Now, if this part it's okay, now we need to pluralize the conception of woman in order to undertake the measures of women empowerment. You can't have one solution to all the problems. So you need to attend to the peculiarities of socio-economic and cultural situation in which women find themselves. Now, let us talk about some of the victories of feminist movements in India after they have launched a critique of the existing legislations that it is patriarchal in demean. So obviously women succeeded in getting Section 498A. As you know, what Section 98 is all about. I did not burden your minds with that. And also they secured a separate offense being created under Section 304 of the Indian Penal Code with regard to dowry debts, for example. They have also succeeded in getting the Evidence Act amended so as to attach the presumption of validity of the statements made by the victim of a crime of rape. So these were no doubt very important victories that were won. And another important thing which feminist movement did was to force the state to enter the zone of the privacy of homes. Now, let me just explain to you the dichotomy between private law and public law. So the traditional idea was that the state was primarily concerned with the public law matters, where, for example, we were talking about the relationship of the state with the individuals. So whatever issues arise in relation to the citizenship and the state, all those will be matters of public law. Whereas private law was governed by the personal laws as well as by the contract. So it is this private law or contractual sphere or personal law sphere that was beyond the reach of the state, because state was primarily concerned with public law issues. And therefore, for a long time, the private sector remained uninsulated from the state's intervention, and therefore domestic violence or whatever used to happen between husband and wife, that was a matter which was said to be a matter belonging to a private law sector, and therefore the state had nothing to say, nothing to do about it at all. So that kind of division of law into private law and public law was challenged by the Indian feminist movements, and they made the state to realize that it cannot simply stand by and watch the kind of atrocities being inflicted upon women by men in the context of interpersonal relationships or in the context of private homes. So it is no longer a matter of privacy. It was a matter of the state taking steps to remedy these power relations, unequal power relations in the domestic sphere as well. And obviously, what matters are to be left private and what matters are to be left public is a public matter itself. Therefore, what the feminist movement challenged the very basis on which this dichotomy was made between public law and private law, saying that you are deliberately excluding yourself from addressing these crucial questions of private law discrimination or men power relationships, women power relationship in the context of private law. Even that is same is the case with regard to personal laws. The state has been extremely reluctant in addressing the discrimination caused by personal laws. And you find that the state is quite unwilling to take any active role in the process of bringing about the Uniform Civil Code, which has been the far cry from the feminist movements. Now let us examine this particular problem of women's empowerment in the context of the personal laws and private spheres. Now, so far as the private sphere is concerned, of course, a great victory was won by the feminist movement in India by the enactment of the Domestic Violence Act by the Parliament, and therefore they could penetrate the zone of exclusion which the state wanted to practice and force the state to intervene in this particular matter. So far as personal law is concerned, the issue is more complicated by virtue of the provisions of Article 44, which talks about Uniform Civil Code. What is the language of Article 44? Article 44 says that state shall endeavor to secure uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. Now, please remember, the language used is shall endeavor to secure. It does not say shall enact uniform civil code. That means that what the state has to do is state has to persuade the members of the minority community to accept the reforms. Now, when it comes to acceptance of the reform, the position in India, which has been adopted by various governments, is that unless and until the minority community itself expresses a desire with regard to the kinds of reforms they want, the state shall not enact or shall not take any initiative at all. That means, because if the state starts taking initiative, absent any initiative being taken by the minority community, obviously it would mean that the state is trying to impose the majoritarian perception of what is uniform and what is in the interest of the personal law of the minority communities. So obviously, this has been a quite salutary kind of philosophy followed by the government of India, that unless the minority community takes the initiative themselves, we are not going to take any initiative on our own to suggest the reforms or to implement the reforms or to bring about uniform civil code. So that has been, and thereafter, of course, you find that Shah Banu's case happened, and what was the view of Chief Justice Chandrachud then? That was his final case, and he said that Muslim women are entitled to the period of maintenance beyond the period of iddah. And you know the kind of political battle then that arose, and Rajiv Gandhi government had to come out with a legislation, Muslim Women Protection of Rights on Divorce Act of 1985, getting rid of the judgment of the Supreme Court in Shah Banu's case. So you can imagine now the kind of political reactions which happened to this well-meaning initiative of judiciary with regard to treating Muslim women on par with other women. So in other words, the thing which you need to understand here is that when it comes to women's empowerment, the initiative from the legislature and initiative from the judiciary both are important. Now, let us say that what are the problems now? Even if you, for example, you have enacted the Domestic Violence Act, or you have enacted the Sexual Harassment Act of 2013. Now, what happens is that the success of these legislations largely depends upon not their goal. Their goal is certainly empower women and create opportunities. Please note, create opportunities of enforcement of these legislations. So Domestic Violence Act, for example, the women have to take the initiative and invoke the provisions of the Domestic Violence Act. Then alone this act might be useful for them. But if they, for reasons best known to them, lack of courage, for example, lack of support system, for example, they may not be willing to take advantage of this particular empowerment. So what happens is, even when there exists women empowerment strategy adopted by legislation, that may not necessarily succeed, because what happens is the necessary concomitant social support mechanism, or the necessary kind of mindset of women, that unless that is also created along with the women's empowerment initiatives, the legislations are not going to succeed at all. In other words, let me just give you the thesis on which you have to understand this issue of failures of women's empowerment. Now, it is Professor Anthony Allott, who wrote a book on limits of law. He says that for successful or effective operation of the law depends on forces which are beyond its control. I repeat, for successful or effective operation of the law depends on forces which are beyond its control. That means it is not enough to have legislations empowering women. It is equally necessary that we need to create the complementary support system, or encourage women to invoke the provisions of the law. Unless and until that particular courage or initiative is shown by women, it is not likely to succeed. Now look at what has happened. You put it this way also. The too much of invocation of Section 498A by women for their own protection has been misunderstood as abuse of 498A. It may be true that whenever you are given these kinds of facilities of empowerment, it may be likely to be abused. But the important thing which you have to bear in mind is the actual abuse or possible abuse cannot be a reason to repeal the provisions of Section 498A. That should still remain there. The issue is, okay, if this are the abuse of Section 498A is a problem, then you deal with that problem separately. The solution is not to repeal Section 498A, but to take care or to address the problem of abuse separately. So it can't be the case, for example, if you have a headache, then you cut off the head itself. That is not then the remedy will be worse than the disease. Therefore, it is important for us to understand that women empowerment strategies taken by legislations, for example, it has to depend upon social and moral forces in order to make that particular legislation successful. That is why I brought in this quotation of Professor Anthony Allott, drawing attention to the limits of the law. So what is important for us to understand is that the reliance on law as a mode of social reforms is likely to succeed only when it is supported by a strong social movement. So as for example, Widow Remarriage Act or the right to education for women, for example, all these are important social movements which then legislation then was enacted to support it. So when you have that kind of situation, social movement succeeded by legislation that is most likely to be effective and successful, as distinguished from that in the absence of any social movement, and suddenly you enact a legislation in the belief that in that particular direction the society has to move, then in that case the legislation is that empowerment initiative through this legislation is not likely to succeed because it is not supported by any social movement at all. So it is necessary that if you have a top-down approach, okay, you suggest legislative, you get legislative solutions, so you have legislative empowerment strategies, but then those strategies will have to be then taken up by NGOs of women or by the social, socially active individuals, including men and women both, to make those legislations successful. Now, just to talk about briefly now about judicial initiatives in women's empowerment. Of course, there again, just as the position of legislation is there, so far as position of the court is concerned, it is worse than that. Now, what has happened is the courts have come out with the new doctrine called transformative constitutionalism. Now, this transformative constitutionalism simply means that the constitution is to be understood as reflecting the constitutional morality as distinguished from the popular morality. And whenever there is a conflict between constitutional morality on the one hand and popular morality on the other hand, it is the constitutional morality which must prevail. Okay, that is the idea of transformative constitutionalism, operating through the distinction between constitutional morality and popular morality. Now, it means that if the initiative is not coming from the legislation, then the court, on the basis of a public interest litigation, will take up the opportunity of suggesting reforms or carrying out the reforms on their own. Now, this is something which is new in the sense that the earlier such attempt, I told you, Shah Banu's case, it was rebuffed by enactment of a legislation. Now, we have 2-3 instances where judicial initiatives have been taken to deal with personal laws which are discriminatory. Now, for example, we have this famous case of Saira Bano. I think she is the daughter of Shah Bano only. And this triple talaq case, as you know, the triple talaq case, the Supreme Court held the unilateral practice of triple talaq being pronounced by the husband is violative of Article 14 and 15 of the Constitution of India. So for the first time in the history of the judiciary, that the personal law was scrutinized in terms of the provisions of the Constitution. Although in Narsimha Mali's case, way back in 1950s, it was Justice Gajendra Gadkar who said that personal law is not a law within the meaning of Article 13, and therefore the validity of it cannot be challenged in the court of law. Although it was Justice Nariman, Rahul Rohington Nariman, in the Saira Bano case said that the Sharia Act of 1937 is there, and that is sufficient reason for us to examine the validity of pre-constitutional legislation in terms of its consistency with the provisions of the Constitution. As you know, Article 13 of Clause 1 authorizes the court to examine the validity of the pre-constitutional laws in terms of the fundamental rights of the Constitution, provided by the Constitution. So on that basis, the Supreme Court held the practice of triple talaq as a constitutional violation of gender equality. Now, what should have been the response of the legislature? It is here that the coordination between the judiciary and the parliament, that has to be clearly appreciated. Now, in my opinion, by converting the triple talaq into a criminal offense, a good opportunity was lost by the parliament to address the problem of unequal power relations in personal law in general. So there was no point in criminalizing this particular conduct. The ultimate objective was to ensure that there was the maintenance of the Muslim woman. If you're going to push her husband into jail, how is she going to get the maintenance? So as I understand it, I believe that the criminal law strategies to deal with these kinds of problems is not an entirely appropriate criminal law, not an appropriate strategy to deal with personal law relations problems. So anyway, so I thought that the matter could have been handled in a different way, but then it means that the court's perception about unconstitutionality of the triple talaq and the political conception about the triple talaq, how to deal with it, it fundamentally was at odds, and therefore the result is this criminalization of the practice of triple talaq. Anyway, so that is one episode of the problem of lack of coordination between the judiciary and the legislature so far as initiatives for women empowerment is concerned. Now let me give you another example of how the judiciary has handled the problem of women's entry into the Sabrimala temple. Now it is here that you have this Indian Young Lawyers Association, a public interest litigation was filed challenging the validity of the legislation, Devasthanam legislation of the Sabrimala temple, wherein women belonging to a particular age group were not allowed to enter the temple at all. Now, this particular legislation was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in this case. Of course, Justice Indu Malhotra was a dissenter in this case, and she was wondering what this particular Indian young lawyers Yeah, my time is up. Hello. I'll take another 5 minutes or so. Hello.
For the generation. Feedback link आपण
Hello, Deshpande sir. Please unmute your mic, sir. I am sending you request.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello.
Kadam sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Wonderful, thank you. So I was on this Shabrimala temple case, and there the Supreme Court succeeded in getting relief for women, which they never wanted, and also the fact that Justice Chindu Malhotra said what this particular Indian lawyers group had anything to do with women's entry into the Sabrimala temple at all. So she thought it was unwise to challenge or to allow the locus standi to certain stranger groups to challenge the validity of legislation dealing with temple entry. If at all women were aggrieved by that kind of a decision or that kind of a legislation, at least they should have taken the initiative and come to the court of law. So that was her view. The Supreme Court did not accept that view, and they entertained public investigation and held that they have locus standi to contest the validity of this particular legislation. Now, what is the consequence? No doubt you have succeeded in providing the entry of women into Shabrimala temple. There are 2-3 things which we need to remember. One is that the state may not be willing to enforce this particular legislation. Number two, the women themselves. Look at the problem here. The problem is the internalization of this particular idea that women are not allowed to enter this temple of Shabrimala is internalized by women themselves. Now, they might think twice before taking or making a choice to enter the temple, because they might think that they might incur divine wrath by entering into that temple. So what do you do with this kind of internalization of this particular practice over a period of time, maybe centuries together? So in other words, in the absence of any initiative being taken by women, the judgment on temple entry is likely to remain ineffective altogether. Furthermore, what you need to clearly understand is that in such matters of faith, should the judiciary take the initiative in these kinds of matters? Because again, you find that it is one thing for the court of law to declare certain things as unconstitutional, and quite another thing for the people to accept and act upon it. So acceptance of the judgment and then acting it out in the actual practice, there is a wide gap here between the pronouncements of the courts of law and the actual events that might be produced, or that are likely to be produced by that particular judgment. So what I want to say is that between the judicial initiatives of women empowerment and legislative initiatives of women empowerment, I personally think it's a matter of debate also, that which of the two institutions are better equipped to address the problems of the women's empowerment. I believe that women's empowerment should be addressed primarily by the legislation. And of course, judicial intervention in taking the initiative when the parliament is not willing to take any initiative at all, that is certainly appreciated in the context, for example, Vishakha's case, where Justice Verma, he took the initiative in laying down guidelines on the ground that there is a vacuum, legislative vacuum here, and until Parliament finds time to enact a comprehensive legislation, our judicial guidelines will govern the vacuum. So these kinds of initiatives, pending the legislation in question, that no doubt is appreciated. But then the problem is that judicial guidelines again create a problem of implementation. You're not going to have contempt cases being instituted day in and day out for non-observance of the directions of the court. As you know, recent episodes of the contempt of court, what they tell you. So in other words, why I think legislative initiative is justified, because it is possible for individuals to raise all the kinds of people to come and lobby before the parliament to have their own inputs into legislation. So that kind of opportunity is not available when it comes to the public interest litigation, where the rules governing who can come before the court and what are the necessary parties and what are the proper parties, all these are determined by rules. So the kinds of matters which can be agitated before the Supreme Court, they are again quite limited. So obviously, Supreme Court is not a proper forum where you could articulate these kinds of problems, and all the concerned affected interests may not be heard by the Supreme Court. And all kinds of reforms cannot be suggested to the Supreme Court through this litigation and adjudication. So therefore, I thought that judiciary is singularly inappropriate for addressing women's power initiatives. What I think is the virtue of judicial intervention is that it brings on agenda of the political process a problem which has been ignored by the political institutions and processes, or which has been given indifferent treatment. I think to bring these matters high on the political agenda is the greatest contribution which judicial initiative in women's empowerment can do. And that has happened in the context of sexual harassment case, where after almost, I think, 16 years, the 2013, the Sexual Harassment Act was passed. Okay. So similarly, it is in this kinds of contexts, I believe that legislation is much better in terms of the kinds of interests which it is bound to hear, and the kinds of the openness with which the whole process is adopted. So I believe that legislation is quite easy to rally around the people around legislation than upon around the judicial judgments. So launching of social movements in terms of legislations, even if it is not successful, is, I think, relatively easy as compared to the social movements being launched for the purposes of the judicial enforcement of judicial judgments. It has so happened in United States in Brown versus Board of Education. The Supreme Court of United States declared that black and whites are one, and therefore there cannot be any separate schools for them. So this was a judicial decision, which then paved the way for Martin Luther King to organize this movement of desegregation. And it was ultimately in 1963, he could succeed in getting legislation from the Congress of the United States, the Civil Rights Act. So in other words, it is very difficult in terms of judicial judgments forming the basis of social movements as compared to the legislations. So I think these are the few things I wanted to share with you about my perception about women's empowerment and what problems are associated with this. And you cannot have a fixed all approach. One has to attend to the socio-economic and cultural situation in which women find themselves. So I think with these, I would like to terminate I come to my conclusion. Once again, I thank Punjab Rao Deshmukh Law College and the organizers and management, and also the team of Professor Deshpande to give me an opportunity to speak on this occasion. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, sir. Thank you so much, Honorable Deshpande, sir, for a delivery of wonderful speech by you. You have perfectly analyzed the philosophy of concept of gender justice and women empowerment, and also difference between gender and sex. You have rightly pointed out the subordinate status of women in domestic relationships, specifically in husband-wife relationship. Also, you have covered various landmark judgments in the field of women empowerment, and you have rightly concluded that Constitution of India does not prohibit gender discrimination, but it prohibits sex discrimination. The message, important message you have given through your wonderful speech is that difference should not be transformed into degradation, specifically degradation to the women. Thank you so much, sir. From the bottom of my heart, I express my sincere thanks to you. Now there is a feedback session for 10 minutes. And if there are any interaction or feedback from the participants, 10 minutes feedback session will be there. And before going to feedback session, one instruction from my side that feedback link will be shared in chat box of this webinar. So participants are required to stay connected here. Once again, I express my sincere thanks to Honorable Deshpande sir. And now it's time for feedback and interaction session. Aruna Kadu madam. Hello. 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 Now participants, hello. If participants are having any question or if anyone wants to submit feedback, they are allowed to do. Hello. Hello, Kadam sir. Hello.
तुमचा आवाज येतोय मॅडम, बोला ना तुम्ही.
आता मॅडम अरुणा कडू मॅडम, whether अरुणा कडू मॅडम has joined?
अरुण हो हो
Yes, please unmute her.
हो केलं मॅडम केलं.
Hello. Hello, Aruna madam.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are audible, ma'am. And as you want to share representative feedback here, please continue your feedback and organization of feedback.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present here on this online platform. I'm Aruna Kadu, Professor, Govindra Vanzari College of Law, and it gives me an immense pleasure, first of all, to be a part of this one-day national webinar on the topic Women Empowerment and the Law. And I'm thankful that Dr. Punjab Rao Deshmukh College of Law take the initiative of organizing this event. I would like to express my gratitude to the principal and organizer of this webinar, respected Dr. P.R. Malviya sir, convener of program, respected Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande ma'am, then co-conveners, Professor P.S. Kale sir and Professor M.U. Ingole sir, then Dr. R.G. Patil sir, IQAC coordinator, and all the organizing team for wonderfully organizing the program, to which we are honored to listen the great personalities in academia. In the very first technical session, respected Dr. S.L. Deshpande sir, Professor of Law, Maharashtra National Law University, Nagpur, his views on the concept of women empowerment, problems and perspectives. Sir, it's been a privilege to hear you. We are fortunate enough that you bestowed upon us the words of wisdom, and we came to know the thorough concept of women empowerment and how the patriarchal mindset is influencing the society since long. Lastly, again, I would like to thank the organizing team for this very well organized webinar. And this tough pandemic situation offered an intellectual feast for giving me an opportunity to share my views. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Aruna madam. Now, any of the participants who are having any question or who wants to share their feedback, they are welcome on this platform. Hello, Kadam sir.
हा मॅडम बोला ना.
काही क्वेश्चन आहेत का कोणाकडून?
अजून कोणी रेज नाही केलं मॅडम?
नाही, रेज हँड ऑप्शन असेल ना त्याच्यामध्ये.
हो, मग पार्टिसिपंटनी रेज केलं तर आपण त्यांना अलाउ करू ना.
Yes, yes, yes. So, anyone from you who wants to share feedback or having any question, you can put your question in question to this technical session or resource person.
एक आलंय मी त्याला अनम्यूट करतो.
Yes, yes. Hello. दोन पार्टिसिपंट दिसत आहे सर, रेज हँड केलाय त्यांनी.
Ask them to ask questions if you have.
Yes, yes. कदम सर.
मॅडम, त्या ज्यांनी रेज केलंय ना त्याला मी रिक्वेस्ट टाकतोय, पण तू अनम्यूट नाही करत आहे.
नाही का, दुसरे दोन दिसत आहे इथे.
हो, दुसऱ्याला पण रिक्वेस्ट टाकली. हो, दुसरं बोलेल मॅडम.
Yes.
ठीक आहे.
Yes, sir. I have unmuted, sir.
Yes. Please continue.
Myself, Dr. Mahinder Kaur Garewal. I am a retired principal of Government College for Girls, Ludhiana. Now working quality in higher education. I have heard Professor Shirish Deshpande, a wonderful explanation based upon the evidence since the beginning and how slowly in our country the law took its course through the legislation and otherwise also. Up to this, this has been the best discourse on women empowerment, which was done by a male person. Thank you, sir, for that.
Thank you, sir.
Now I want to say, ask you one thing, that as a woman, I feel that although many of the women has acquired the pinnacle of education, and as this lady today, she is coordinating the program and others. But I have observed that still we are not respected, starting from our homes and to the outside world. And a lady who is a well-educated, doing her profession, has a double task, which she is doing happily. Then the other counterparts, they do not give that much respect as should be given to a human being. So, sir, I want to ask you one thing, that why is it so that women is not considered as human beings? We should be considered as human beings. That will be, I think, sufficient rather than laws and everything over there. This is one thing I want to say. Another thing, when we are working also, sometimes we are in an administrative position, governing position. There also, the male counterparts, they do not, means they sometimes they feel, we feel that they are jealous of the women. And they do not behave in a manner with the woman who is a boss as compared to the man. So how we can take out these type of biases so that we should be exact equals and woman is considered as a human being? Thank you, sir. Kindly.
See, basically, what happens is man's perception about woman is essentially governed by her body, and therefore that body consciousness leads him to treat women as some kind of an item of consumption or some kind of a commodity as such, which can be used or consumed. I think that particular attitude is still continuing, notwithstanding the fact that you have women who are in big positions, and they are equal so far as men are concerned in competence and also stamina. Now, what my point is, another important point is, there is no doubt so much is done so far as women empowerment is concerned, but what is not done or what is not undone is the consciousness. Now, women themselves have inculcated the patriarchal consciousness.
Yeah.
For example, my wife says that she feels guilty when she leaves the child at home and attends the college. But I don't
Yeah.
feel guilty that way. Now, the
Yeah.
reason is she has internalized the patriarchal consciousness that it is her responsibility to look after the child and rear the child, and not the responsibility of a man. So when you have this kind of internalization of by the women, I think the beginning will be not only to unlearn patriarchy. That is the
Yeah.
only way in which you can do it, and that can be done by individual women themselves. But then question is whether this unlearning will have the consequence of destroying her family or destroying the marriage as an institution is a big issue. And perhaps because of the consequences of unlearning patriarchy, and even if she is aware of what she needs to do so far as to unlearn patriarchy is concerned, she is unable to give practical effect to that particular consciousness, unlearning that consciousness. So I believe it is essentially a problem of unlearning patriarchal consciousness, and that unlearning not only has to be done by women themselves, but also that has to be done by the men themselves. But I think personally that so far as even my generation is concerned and my son's generation is concerned, what I observe is there is good deal of cooperation and partnership that is happening at home also when it comes to sharing cooking responsibilities and also, earning for the home. So I believe things are changing. It's not the case that it is the same and can never be the same. So I think women have empowered themselves and economically empowered themselves. That is more important to have them respected. So I think economic empowerment is an important step in the direction of recognizing her as separate and equal personhood by men also. So I think definitely that is the task, unlearning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A balanced unlearning, a balanced approach, I
Yes,
think.
of course, that's true.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for
Thank you so much.
perfect analysis and for justification of question raised by Madam Mohinder Kaur. So now, once again, I express my sincere thanks to Honorable Shirish Deshpande sir for accepting invitation from our college and joined as a resource person for this webinar and for a delivery of wonderful and thought-provoking speech. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks a
I
lot.
express my sincere, yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I also express my sincere thanks to chairperson of this session, Honorable Dr. R.G. Patil, sir. And now there is a time of technical session 2 by Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak, Madam. First of all, I would like to invite Mahendra Ingole, sir, from our college to deliver welcome address and introduction to Honorable Hastak, Madam, for this technical session 2. Ingole, sir. Hello. Hello, Ingole, sir.
Hello.
Hi, Ingole, sir.
Hi.
Hi.
I, Mahendra Ingole, Assistant Professor, Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, and co-convener of this one-day national webinar on women empowerment and the law, do welcome you in this technical session. Second, good afternoon. At the outset, I pay my heartfelt obeisances to Dr. Panjabra Elias Bhausaheb Deshmukh, founder of Sri Shivaji Education Society, Amravati, the founding education society of our college, Dr. Panjabra Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, Maharashtra. I welcome Sri Harshavardhanji Deshmukh, sir, President of Sri Shivaji Education Society, Amravati, and patron of today's webinar. I welcome resource persons of today's webinar, Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am, and Honorable Dr. S.L. Deshpande sir. I welcome Chief Guest Valedictory Dr. Vijay Chaube sir, Head PGT of Law, Amravati University. I welcome Dr. P.R. Malviya sir, Principal of our college. I welcome Chairperson of this webinar, Dr. S.H. Bhoge. I welcome Dr. R.G. Patil sir, IQAC Coordinator and Chairperson of this technical session too. Dear participants, today for this technical session, second of this one-day national webinar on women empowerment and the law, we have Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am as a resource person. Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am has completed her Master of Law in Personal Law from Bombay University with a merit scholarship and was awarded doctorate in law by Nagpur University for her thesis, Women's Right to Property in Hindu Law, a socio-legal critique and impact analysis. Friends, Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am is presently working as principal at SP College of Law, Chandrapur, and was former Dean of Faculty of Law, Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, and RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. Dr. Anjali Hastak is an approved research supervisor for PhD degree in law for Gondwana University. Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am has evaluated several PhD theses as external examiner and conducted VAVAs for PhD students as external examiner in various universities in India, including Symbiosis International Pune University. She has published a book titled Empowerment of Women Through Property Rights in Hindu Law with Financial Assistance from University Grants Commission, New Delhi. She has recently chaired a session at International Multidisciplinary Law Conference, Coherence, at Symbiosis Law School, Hyderabad. She has also participated in international conference on quality assurance in higher education expectations and achievements at Bangalore, organized by NAC and Asia Pacific Quality Networking. Recently, she was invited to chair the Summer Global Women's Leadership Symposium at University of Riverside, California, United States of America, where she has also presented a research paper on the theme. Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am has worked extensively to spread legal literacy for cause of women in Mofussil area through legal aid camps organized by Law College. To carry out the mission of adult legal literacy, she has translated law articles into a easy to understand language and work as editor of law books published by the college. So participants, friends, as her introduction itself speaks, we are lucky to have a resource person of such esteemed expertise on this notion of law, particularly looking to her thesis, the subject topic of her thesis, and her book titled Empowerment of Women Through Property Rights in Hindu Law. Friends, Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am will enlighten us on the topic Empowerment of Women Through Social Legislations in India. I, M.U. Ingole, co-convener, do humbly request Honorable Dr. Hastak ma'am to kindly deliver a lecture on the topic. Dr. Ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ingole sir, for introducing me in such nice words. At the outset, I am very much happy to be here on this webinar, which is national webinar organized by Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh Law College, Amravati. I am really very happy and very fortunate to hear the address given by respected Dean of Amravati University, Dr. Moharil, who has given us direction with respect to have the conversation with participants, not only limited to the framework of women empowerment, but also to give certain new directions to the participants. As he said, very rightly, he pointed out that there are teachers, there are lecturers as participants in this, but they can further reach to thousands of students. I'm very happy to say here that that I listened Professor Dr. Shirish Deshpande, whose lecture was so scholarly, and really the queries which were raised by the participants were and the answers which he had given were really satisfied one. I'm really fortunate one to hear Dr. Deshpande sir. At the outset, again, I'm thankful to Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande, who took pains to invite me on this forum, on this e-platform, so that I can share my views. Yes, women empowerment, we can say that is, we are hearing this particular concept since last 20 years, and so I can say, because the policy uh, about women empowerment came in 2001. But it is basically about the advancement and development and empowerment of women. It is definitely the process which is multifold one, where the women are being taught to have the capacity with respect to their personality, so that their personality can be developed. They can enjoy the beneficial laws which are already there in our legislations, in our national policy. They can become aware about the fundamental human rights. They can have access to them, and they can see that they will be there in the all spheres of life to enjoy the social, economical, and political benefits which are there already for them. Now, if we see on international level, 1975 was the year when the International Women's Year was declared by the United Nations. And at that time, three main key ingredients, objectives were proclaimed. The first one was gender justice and elimination of discrimination against women. Second was to achieve the world peace for women. And third was the contribution of women in development. Again, we know that the decade for women was declared, that is from 1975 to 1985. We see the Bill of Rights in the form of CEDAW, Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, where CEDAW defined what is discrimination. Discrimination for women, it was defined that anything in which a woman is needed to participate and she is excluded. Any rights which she is supposed to enjoy, but she is excluded only because of the fact that she is a woman. That is discrimination. See, what a tremendous scope this particular definition has got, that she is excluded only because she is a woman. Then we see the Second World Conference, which took place in Copenhagen, where the proclamation was regarding the education of women, the equal opportunities of employment for women, and also in general healthcare for women. 1985 was the year when the World Conference took for women in Nairobi, where first time this particular concept of women empowerment came into play, and where the emphasis was on giving more opportunity to women, and also to see that they will have more control on everything which affects their life. In the year 1995 Beijing conference, we see that the agenda of women empowerment was given. Now 85 to 95, already almost the span of 10 years. In 1998, UNESCO's conference spoke about development through education for women, sustainable development, and again peace. Write these words: peace and development through education. And in 2000, we see the International Forum for Education, through which manifold policies were given for the education of women, where the emphasis was on education. We see what is the background, why such things are going on worldly basis, that why such policies are being given throughout, why such development is taking place on international arena. Simultaneously, what was happening on our land, in our nation. Our first 5 years plan from 1950 to 51, of course, took the attention and gave attention to the status of women. But it was the sixth 5-year plan from 80 to 1985, which gave attention and also thought about the procedure by which there can be development of women in the nation as such. Later on in 2001, we see that the policy was declared, which was a landmark policy, and it is named as Empowerment of Women, a national policy of of empowerment of women 2001. Now, what was the goal of this policy? Advancement, development, and empowerment of women. To give women the chance so that they can develop themselves. They can replace the place where they are actually needed to be, and therefore to enhance their capacity so that they can become capable of and can have definitely the place for themselves. They can develop in all spheres of life so that they can have all the access to social, economical, and political chances, which are the benefits which are already for them over there. As we know that it is not so for India, that only since 1975 we have started this, because it was internationally declared that it will be International Women's Year. We know that after independence and even prior to independence, there were women movements which were going on. There were attempts which were made by the social workers, the torch bearers like Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who has given us the Constitution of India. We have our Constitution, which speaks about justice, liberty, and fraternity, and of course equality, which is of status and opportunity. Men and women, they will have equal status, they will have equal opportunities on all spheres of life, whether it is social, economical, or political. Since then, we are coming across various legislations which are there, which of course have got all these concepts of equality for men as well as for women. We know that there are various policies also, there are various central level, state level policies which definitely are going through and taking care and giving benefit to the citizens of India. Now, this particular policy for empowerment of women has got certain goals. It speaks about the development, advancement, and empowerment of women, and where actually it is definitely in consultation with having direction of all international conventions which are already there. As just now we have seen various conventions which are there. There are instruments of human rights which are there. We know that there is Universal Declaration of Human Rights, through which equally for everybody, where on international level, the human rights, the Declaration of Human Rights, the pronouncement of Declaration of Human Rights is given, and it is directed towards all the nations on the earth. It is directed to each and every individual in this world, and therefore these are already taken into consideration in this policy, so that the touch of human rights, the involvement of human rights system, as goes in our Constitution. There are fundamental rights enshrined in third part, and there are directive principles, of course, for the welfare of the state in the fourth part of the constitutions, which are there and which are for the benefit of, even though fundamental rights are justiciable and the directive principles are non-justiciable, but then also they are there for the welfare of the human beings and basically for the citizens of our country. Now, what are these goals? Definitely, firstly, as we said, as in the beginning, I said there are three main ingredients, we can say objectives in the policy which were declared by the United Nations. Firstly, the gender justice and elimination of discrimination against women. We see that even though all these legislations are there, then also we see the difference in exactly what is there on the paper in the laws and what exactly is happening in our society. As we say, there must be gender justice. We start objecting from the word gender itself. If we come across certain situations in our nation a few decades back, we know 70s, 80s, and 90s were the decades. The maximum number of female fetuses were removed from the mother's womb. So here we come across a particular difference. What is there in these policies and what exactly is happening in our society. That those were the decades when this particular scientific method, amniocentesis, was developed, which was exactly for detection of certain diseases, which shows the abnormalities in the fetus which is developing in the mother's womb, were utilized for removal of female fetuses, and the number was so much large. So it was really alarming for the society to see that as there were imbalances in the ratio, male and female ratio, and of course the particular situation was there at that time was definitely alarming one. So we see the legislation that was legislated, that is with respect to prenatal and actually for deterring to carry out this sex determination test was taken out in 1994, and all those who are responsible were considered as guilty for conducting this crime. If we say that every human being has got a human right the moment he is born, I can go still further and can say even an unborn child also has got the human rights. The unborn child definitely has got right to take birth, to get nutrition, to get developed in a healthy manner. We know the cases that even it has got, mothers should have a right to get the unpolluted air so that she can breathe nicely. There were the cases in law of torts when the union carbide gas leakage was there. The disaster had happened, and then the child which was developing so healthily in mother's womb, as the mother inhaled that gas, the moment the child was born, it died, and she received the compensation because of it. This shows even the unborn child has got rights, which are the human rights. Our IPC says that even when the child is inside the mother's womb and if injuries are inflicted and the child is born alive and died because of these injuries inflicted, it is the murder, it is the manslaughter. These are few instances which shows that the unborn child has got all these rights. The moment the birth is taken, we see those were the decades when the newly born girls, they were killed by giving poison, by giving opium, and also by suffocation they were killed. Those were the conditions that why gender justice was not at all there, only because by knowing that the child, the fetus, is of female. So what's the use of legislating such kinds of things when such things are happening in our society? So the first key ingredient of United Nations, which advocates about gender justice and elimination of discrimination against women, here at its initial point only we see that it is getting failed, though with the help of legislation, with the fear of punishment, the things are being cut. Now we see this girl child as she develops as a child, then up to the age of adolescent, then up to the age of teenage, and then she becomes the young lady. We see that these years of growth of a girl child are very important for the entire nation. Her education is really very important for the development of the nation. If she is not educated, as we know, half of the population of our country will remain uneducated. As the popular slogan of UNESCO says, you educate a man, you educate only an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate the entire family, isn't it? So as Dr. Deshpande and Dr. Morila said, we salute that couple. Last 100 years, we can see the development that is taken place because of Mahatma Jyotiba Phule and Savitribai Phule. We definitely owe her that the education, because of her, our mother, our grandmothers could take education, and we are very easily in the flow of education, in the flow of the society because of the higher education that we are taking. So it is very necessary that this girl child must be given education, and her education should be equal to boys. Like the syllabus, the teachers, and everything should be same for her. There should be personal development of a girl child. There should be, of course, nutrition for her. Malnutrition is the case. We know basically the poverty and then unemployment, illiteracy are the main causes behind why girls are not getting education, proper education. So as Kofi Annan had said that you educate a girl, educate a woman, and that is the key to women's empowerment. All these problems can be solved not only one nation but other nations also if the girls are educated, if they are given proper nutrition, if their health is taken care of, so that they can develop in the young ladies, so that they can definitely see that their family members are properly taking education, and with their marriages in the proper families, they can create progenies which are equally healthy, and they can be future citizens of our nations, and so that we can be proud of them, where they can work with good enthusiasm and all. So proper necessity at the time, I can say, for women empowerment is definitely nurturing the girl child in a such a way so that she can become, with her education, her all-round development, and with her nutrition, she can become the cause for future generations also. Now the second key ingredient which is given by United Nations is the world peace for women. Now the word peace, mark the word peace as I said initially. Diagonally opposite is the word violence. If there is peace, there cannot be violence, and if there is violence, there cannot be peace. Diagonally opposite concepts. We see this happening everywhere with girls, irrespective of anything. Whatever may be the age, even if the girls are there, even the women, they are subjected to various crimes. Even at school, the girl who goes to school, sexual harassment takes place, not only from the boys of her age, even from the teachers. The law, as said by Dr. Deshpande sir, is there about sexual harassment at workplace, which also includes educational institutions now. Definitely has got the play over here, that it must be, that there must be, the provision must be there, the prohibition must be there, the redressal must be there, so that these girls with confidence can go to school, there won't be any dropout, and so that they can take education for the development of their own. If the violence is in school, we can say definitely on the roads, there are various things happening, like things like eve teasing. There can be physical assault, there can be sexual harassment, there can be acid attacks from one side lover, which definitely destroys her life. And heinous in all this is the rape, the incidents of rape which are taking place. What agony through which she must be going, that we all know. So every now and then we hear about the number of crimes like rape taking place per year. Larger is the number of rapes taking place which are not reported. Because as we know, various conditions for which the girls go. Now here it is very much necessary to see that we must, with this woman empowerment, must have the change attitude of the society. What happens with the cases of rape? The victim, she needs to shy away from the society because she is raped by someone. But whereas the guilty one, the one who has committed the crime, successfully says that he has committed the crime, and then the others are inspired because nothing happens, no punishment is given, nothing is proved as such. So in such cases, we see that if things are happening, we must have a changed attitude of ourselves, the society in general towards women, so that if such things happen, she can definitely, even after a particular time of period, can see that routinely she can carry forward her life This is the need of the hour, I think so. So in this particular contest, we should see that the things should be in a favorable condition for women. As rightly pointed out by Dr. Deshpande, the violence is outside, yet it is also inside the house. The thing like incest, where the relatives themselves, they sexually harass. Brothers sexually harass their sisters. We have heard about the incidents where fathers commit rape on their daughters, and the sons, though very rare, committing rape on mother. See what is happening in our society, though very rare, but there are cases where the sons are committing rape on their mothers. Such is the condition. These are the kind of violences which are taking place in our society. So how can there be peace? How can we contribute to the world peace if violence is there? Though there are sections in IPC, all these crimes against women, they are there. Its ingredients are there. Be there in rape. What must happen if rape has taken place and everything is there? What if their acid attack is there? But then we must see that at this particular point on this forum, we must see that the law should be changed in such a way that there should be speedy procedure that should take place in the courts, and there should be justice, so that we can say that there will be general justice. Now, this young lady, after her marriage, enters the house, matrimonial house, with all kinds of dreams in her eyes, expecting that her husband will love her. Her in-laws will have faith in her. They will have affection for her. Many times we say that was the decade of 1980s when large number of dowry deaths took place. Now that was considered that she has committed the suicide, or there was accident that the stove with kerosene was exploited and therefore she was killed. But basically those were the dowry deaths. And then we know that the legislation was there in 1961, which was again amended afterwards, and in which the amendment was with respect to giving the patriarchal share in the property of father of this bride. So what was done was that it was that take a consideration that don't kill our daughter when she comes in your house. She has got a share in father's property. That was the kind of satisfaction of greed of in-laws that was created. But later on we see that if such kind of death takes place, then punishment was there for all those were involved in it. Later on in 2005, we see that if violence takes place, the legislation is there. Domestic Violence Act. The violence can be in any form, like it can be verbal, it can be physical, it can be psychological, it can be social, it can be economical, in various forms. So this violence must end. If we say rape, there is a concept of marital rape also. But our Indian laws do not consider this marital rape as a crime as such. Why? Because when the bride enters the house of her husband, she has got a dream to surrender herself, samarpitpanachi bhavana. With that, she comes in the house, and then it is considered that once she has accepted the marriage, then everything is okay. But if there is a cruelty in such kinds of things, she has got this as a ground for judicial separation, for divorce. And also, of course, under Section 9, we know that there is restitution of conjugal rights, and there is application which is made by husband. If she has, because of such thing, she has left the house, then she can have ground that not following the order of this restitution conjugal right. If such things are happening, this violence is taking place, we definitely can say the idea of peace and the violence that is taking place can never come together. There must be sort of procedure by which all these things should be eliminated from the life of a woman. Coming to next, it is the marriage laws which are available. It is just not 1975 as international women. We know that we have got Hindu Code Bill right from 1951, 1955. We have got Hindu Succession Act, 1956, 1955 Hindu Marriage Act, and the other legislations which basically gave equal rights with respect to marriage, with respect to divorce for Hindus. Where we see that new laws were created when there was the Hindu man was allowed to marry more than once. Monogamy was introduced for the first time. There were various grounds which were given for divorce. Like if there is cruelty, the ground was equally available for both men and women. As we all know, that cruelty can be caused not only by men, even by women. So these are the equal grounds which are available, which are given to this. But as we know, our nation is a secular one, and there are people of various religion living under the same national flag. There are Muslims, there are, of course, Hindus in majority, and Parsis and Christians. They all have their personal laws, as very much explained, very nicely explained by Dr. Deshpande. They all have their personal laws, which are based on religion. If Hindus have their own codified, mostly codified law, whereas Muslims, they have uncodified laws. And Christians, Parsis, they have their laws which are legislated with respect to their marriage and divorce and with inheritance and succession. In our India, with arrival of Hindu code, we definitely have enhanced state of equality with men and women, which is not so in Muslim laws. Though the Holy Quran speaks about equal rights of men and women. It has tremendous effect for respect for women. But then we see what is happening in the society, which Dr. Deshpande has just now very scholarly has talked about. In the case of Shah Banu, what happened? In the case of Saira Banu, what happened? This is, I can say, the third ingredient of the United Nations, which speaks about taking the step for development of women, where the Supreme Court declared the system of talaq as null and void and unconstitutional. If such things can take place with judicial activism and with the judiciary taking wise decision for the development of women, is really a welcome state for women as such in our India. Similarly are the property rights which are available. Hindu Succession Act, Section 14, a revolutionary step taken by the legislation, by the legislatures. What is that revolutionary step? For the first time, Hindu woman was given absolute right in the property which she possesses. That property she can receive by any means. She can get it as inheritance from her father. She can get it as a share, partition between her sons and husband. It can be her own through her skill in her business or in her employment. It can be anything. But she holds it as absolute owner, which was this particular section 14, I can say, was completely revolutionary because no such rights were given prior to that particular date, 18th June 1956. And she becomes the fresh stock of descent. She becomes the absolute owner of that property where she can dispose of the way she wants. See, now this is the concept where we can see having control physically over the things so that you can get the power, so that you can get empowered, so that you can get advanced meant in your life. Now in 2005, the amendment was made which said that the daughters have right on even on ancestral property of her father. So sons and daughters will have equal shares if the distribution of the property takes. And recently, just few days ago, we have seen Supreme Court stating that 9th September 2005, when this particular amendment took place in Hindu Succession Act, it is not necessary that should be the date when father dies, or even if father has died prior to that particular date, she is entitled for the ancestral property. See, this is development. Women are being empowered to enhance position. So what is necessary that they should know about these particular laws. If they don't know these laws, then they won't be beneficiaries. As rightly pointed out earlier, that all these benefits, there are various policies of which the benefits are being taken by women in urban areas. So what about the women in rural areas, whether they know about these things? So there are women groups and organizations and the large network of NGOs. They should see that all these benefits should be percolated down to the grassroots level, so that this awareness should be there and they can take advantage of these laws, which are there in their favor. We can say that these are socio-economic legislations which are for the benefit of women, about which the awareness is very much essential. So are the cases so are the legislation which are related to women and who are working in industrial areas, who are working for gainful money which is involved. They are getting, whether they are getting equal remuneration with their counterparts through the acts which are already there. There are industrial laws which are in favor of women laborers, whether they know about this. These are all socio-economic legislations which are there for the benefit of women, and we must see that they take the advantage of all these things which are there in their favor. Now we are saying about political benefits which are there. Yes, we all are aware that we have voting rights. This is our India. It is for us to see that who is going to lead as a politician in our area. It is in our hands. But whether we carry out this our right, we see that the day on which the voting is there, we see that we go on outing. We do not even use our right to vote and to see that who is our political leader and who is going to be there to see that the development should be there in the society. If this is the case, then what is the use of such a valuable right which is there for us and which we received without any struggle? We don't even know the importance of such right which is available for us. We say that yes, 73rd and 74th Amendment of Constitution through which the reservation of women is there. Yes, as this is women's empowerment, and through reservation, women are placed in the enhanced position so that they can climb the social structure. If women are aware that such position is there, is available for them, such reservations are available them, then they should utilize it for empowering themselves. If larger number of women are there, and if definitely with men, they can have decision power, definitely the structure of the society and the position of society will definitely get enhanced. Such is the power of women if they contribute into the decision making of the nation. But as we know, the reservation bill collapsed because even though there was considered initially 30% and then 33% reservation was there, But then it was thought that there should be again reservation, inside the reservation about the backward sections and all that. And because of that, still we don't have that particular percentage of reservation entering into the political seats, and see that the women are there. All these legislations, if we see, we can say that these three main ingredients around which I'm speaking right from beginning, whether they are fulfilled or not. Our legislations are there definitely, and then these legislations are enhancing the position as women empowerment, if we say in general, is for the journey for taking a dependent woman to the position of independent one. If we utilize these legislations in various policies for such purposes, then definitely I can say the first criteria of gender justice is fulfilled. But second, I definitely doubt with respect to world peace, where violence is still in the existence. There must be enhancement. The better procedures must be there so as to see that legally the procedure must be such that easily she should get the justice. And for that, the changed outlook of society should be there for women so that she can get assistance to all this procedure and she can see that her image is better. And such things should start definitely for the development right from beginning, where the gender justice is there for women. I hope that on this particular issue, there are many things that we can speak. And I hope that as directed by respected Dean Dr. Model sir, we are thinking about something by which the new directions can be given not only to women but also to men, so that there can be equality even in thinking, and also there can be the actions which can be oriented through this. And therefore there will be, we can see that in future, like from 2001, if the policy is given to today, we are in 2020, we see that various legislations being carried out this particular era. Next, we will see that in action, the procedures are being carried out, that there is strict implementation, strict enforcement of these policies, so that the target group for which these legislations are there can get the benefit, and they can develop themselves, they can empower themselves. So thank you very much. I thank all the participants, basically organizers, Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande, who took all the pains to invite me and giving me this opportunity to reach to you one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Anjali Hastak, Madam. You have delivered wonderful and effective speech on the concept of women empowerment through various social legislations in India. You have not only covered the provisions under landmark social legislations on empowerment of women enacted by the Parliament of India, but also you have highlighted the provisions under various international instruments related to women empowerment, including CEDAW and other major international instruments. You have highlighted the core problems related to women, which are creating hurdles in their progress, and you have covered various stages of discrimination against women, starting from female feticide and marital rape, etc. You have elaborated the various provisions covered under landmark social welfare legislations for women, including Hindu Code Bill, Hindu Succession Act, Equal Pay for Equal Work, and also the prevention of sexual harassment of women at workplace. You have communicated very effective and nice message to all the participants of this national webinar, and to all of us, that in order to develop the concept of women empowerment or to cultivate women empowerment, the message valuable message given by you is that to give a chance to the women to give a chance is really essential for women empowerment. With this message, you have delivered very effective and nice lecture, and I express my sincere thanks from the depth of my heart to you on behalf of Dr. Punjabrao Deshmukh College of Law and Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Anjali Hastak, Madam. I am also thankful to chairperson of this session, Dr. R.G. Patil, sir. Now, after a speech of Dr. Hastak, Madam, now there is a time for feedback and interaction. If any of the participants are having any question or if they want to share feedback on this technical session 2 conducted by Honorable Hastak, Madam, they may raise their hand and share their views or feedback with us. I think Dr. Sagar Soni from Advocate Ramkrishnaji Rathi Law College, Washim, wants to share representative feedback on this session. Soni, sir. Hello.
Hello. Am I audible, madam? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You
Okay.
can continue your feedback.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Sagar Soni, Assistant Professor at Advocate Ramkrishnaji Rathi Law College, Washim. First of all, I would like to present my sincere gratitude towards organizer for giving me this opportunity to share my views on this auspicious event. The webinar has been organized by Dr. Punjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, was very informative and enjoyable. Talking about the technical session second, I really enjoyed the session and the resource person, Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am, have informal fun approach to present the information on empowerment of women through social legislation in India. Dr. Hastak ma'am is a wonderful, engaging presenter, very easy to listen. The session was completely focused on the realistic issue of today's woman life and legislation, such as unborn child to young lady, girls education to her nutrition, समर्पितपणाची भावना to judicial separation. The session was presented in an interesting way. The content can be concerned not only to speech therapy but also to event and situation of today's daily life. If anyone from participant want to organize such type of webinar or seminar, I would highly recommend Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am is a perfect resource person. I am very thankful to Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am to share very important information with us. Thank you very much, ma'am. Talking about the organization of this excellent webinar, I would like to present my sincere thanks to Dr. Pranayji Malviya sir, Principal of PD Law College, Amravati, Dr. Rajesh Patil sir, IQC Coordinator, and the organizing teams, especially the convener, Dr. Bhagyeshri Deshpande ma'am, co-convener Kale sir, Ingole sir, and all organizing team for this wonderful webinar on such important topic. At last, I will conclude by congratulating Dr. Bhagyeshri Deshpande ma'am for taking a great effort and making this event a grand success. I hope to see and join such webinar from many of us. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Soni sir. Once again, I express my sincere thanks to Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am and chairperson of this session, Dr. R.G. Patil sir. Hello, Kadam sir. Now all participants can share their feedback or put their questions if they are having any questions. Hello, Kadam sir.
हो लक्षात.
हा, अनम्यूट करा ज्यांनी हँड रेज केलाय त्यांना.
हो.
Yes, you can put your questions or you can share your feedback with us. Hello.
मॅडम अजून कोणी रेज नाही केलंय?
येस, 3 लोक दिसत आहे ना मला.
हा, आता परत एक आला.
ओके. ते मॅडमचं मागच्या सेशन मध्ये झालेलं आहे. दुसरे कोणी असतील त्यांना चान्स द्या.
हो,
त्या
हो,
मोहिंदर
हो.
कौर मॅडमचं झालेलं आहे ना मागच्या सेशन मध्ये.
दुसऱ्यांना दिलं चान्स,
हा हा द्या.
बोलतील ते आता.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. This is Professor Saroja from Bangalore. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am. You are audible. You are audible. You may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, the session was very good, very insightful, of course. And being legal professionals, like legal professionals and law professors, you all are having a lot of knowledge in the legal field and the laws formed by the government, of course, in regards to the women empowerment or women protection in the society, Indian society. But then being political science professor also, I would like to express my concern in this field, like, so of course the information was very good. Yes, we know that the constitution has provided equal importance to both men and women without making any distinction on the basis of sex or gender. But then in spite of all these laws made by the parliament, and in spite of the equal importance, equality given in our constitution, most of the women are suffering socially and also, like psychologically, like most of the times, even among the educated mass also, the women are not given equal importance in the family, in the society. Even the women are economically independent. Also, she is not, having a right to spend her own income. She's not having right on her own income. And emotionally also, she is not getting proper, importance in the family, in the society. And her achievements, her personality development, her feelings, her emotions are being, like, suppressed even now in the society, in spite of all these laws. What would you like to, how would you like to throw light on this perspective? Like, what's your perspective to come out of this kind of situation of women? Emotionally, they are not able to live happy life. Psychologically, they are being suppressed, because the educated women doesn't want to be suppressed by anyone. Even if you think about the situation of some women who are educated, who are earning, who are economically independent, but then they are suppressed and they are exploited by their unemployed husbands in some cases. This is also about, we have seen in the society.
Yeah,
Yes,
that is the,
yes,
madam.
throw some light on this, ma'am.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. That is what is the real situation. Why all these international organizations are aiming and proclaiming all these various slogans? Why they are saying that educate a man, you educate only an individual, and educate a woman, you educate the entire family? Because the men, they are already in a superior position. As I have studied the property rights right from the historical times and all that, there definitely was a patriarchy, and that patriarchy was removed only by legislation, by Hindu Succession Act. As I said, women were empowered by giving absolute ownership in the property which she possesses. But then what's the use of such right when she is not even utilizing for her own purposes, isn't it? So again, the amendment was made in 2005. Yes, even ancestral property is for you. Section 14 enumerates all different ways by which a woman can have her own income, her own property, and can possess it. And she can become, I use that particular word, she can use it as a fresh stock of descent. She can make the will of her entire property. She can use it for her own, during her entire life. She can do whatever she wants, equally at par with men. Isn't it? That is the meaning of the word absolute ownership. She can make a will. By will, she can give it any person, not necessarily to her own children and her husband and all that. But then there is no awareness, even though, as I just, my last point was about the senior citizen. If she has, a woman, if she has her own income, her own property, various ways she has, by inheritance, by partition, whatever she has received, If she has
Yes.
earned herself, I can use word selfishly, should keep it for herself, because in old age, if her husband has
Yes.
taken care for herself to see that she is maintained after his death, during his lifetime, he will be there to take care of her. But after her death, if the sons, they are not taking care of her, then must be there something kept for her future. As we know that the Senior Citizen Act is there, which is now legislated in 2017. Even the punishment is there for the sons and daughters who are not taking care of the elderly person. As I can say that only in old age it is very, very much necessary, very much essential that all these laws should be there in her favor. Not at earlier times, as adult she can take care of herself. But when she is old, there must be the care. Definitely in the form of love and affection, not only in the form of property.
Yes.
As you said, you were really very correct, madam, that women, they are being given the secondary position even if there is equality. That is the hard reality.
Yes, yes.
And with the help of these legislations, they are being enhanced in the position, in the higher position, in the social structure of the society. As I said, the initial purpose of women empowerment in general is to see that they are independent by giving them access to the fundamental rights. And secondly, specifically enhance them by reservation, by anything, see that they are enhanced in the position so that they can enter into the social structure. They can participate in the decision making. They can utilize their own income for themselves.
Yes.
Everything is included into that, but that is not happening, and that should be done. I think the further, as I said, strict enforcement of laws, strict enforcement of the policies is for that. And we people should see that this should happen. We should raise our boys and our girls in such a way that there should be equal education, and by that, both girls and boys should have such an outlook for women in the society.
Yes, ma'am. That is the most difficult task, that most of the women are not ready to raise their voice because of their social background or family background or something. The way they have been brought up within the that atmosphere of patriarchal system. So that's why.
I just when I was conducting my research, there was a very good line which was written by one author, which I came across, and I have never forgotten. And that the line is that there is a dead weight of so many centuries on us. That we are not at all forgetting this. Even I know the name of the author, I think Sarojini Hemlata Devi from South. And recently when I participated as resource person in Bangalore in Symbiosis.
Yes.
No, in Hyderabad, in Mamidpalli, she also was there as resource person, and I was so happy to meet her. And I even went and told her that if you are that particular author, then I have utilized your sentence in my thesis, which is very important. And the sentence says that we have the load on our head, and it is actually since last so many centuries, which we are not able to remove.
Yes.
And then it is even though we are using all these words like women empowerment and all for new generations to come, it should start from childhood. The girl child and even the boys, they should be taught in their syllabus about the equality, and therefore there should be equal syllabus for them. They should be taught by the same teachers. There should be not only teaching, there should be preaching also. Not only in schools, also in the family, and the treatment should be there. Once I even saw the thing happening that in US equality is much more there. Of course, such kinds of things are also there in that society, but they never allow women's picture in the books of children, which shows that the mother is washing a dish.
Yes. and father is riding car.
So, so see that
Yes,
equality starts from that particular age. That
Yes,
when boy sees that the mother is there only washing the dishes and then father is doing all these things, that should be changed in our society also. That
Yeah,
is what
it's
I
harsh,
think.
harsh reality, ma'am. It's deep rooted. It takes a lot of time also.
But then how
Yes,
many
thank you.
years now? At least we should start. We should take
Yes, ma'am.
initiative for this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was
Okay,
so
thank you
nice
very much.
discussing with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
so much, madam. Thank you, Saroja, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other participants? They can raise their question or share feedback, but they are requested to share in brief, please. कदम सर कोणी आहे का?
हो
वर्षा देशमुख मॅडम आहेत का?
हो वर्षा देशमुख मॅडम आहेत.
त्यांना अनम्यूट करा प्लीज.
बरं.
Hi, hello, Varsha.
Namaskar. Good afternoon. It was very enlightening and very informative session. Although, madam, you have done your PhD in women's property rights, so I just being a legal student would like to ask you whether a married woman can ask a share in a husband's property, and it is not there in the Hindu Succession Act, but only after the children become major or after the demise of husband, she is liable to get the share. So is it not a legal biasness, or which are all the legislations are based against women? Because if the mother doesn't have, she is a issueless woman, then what is the legal solution for her?
Yeah, your question is really very important one, because even after doing the thesis and the entire PhD work on this particular point, that women's right to property in Hindu law, I think your question is the most researched one, because you have pointed toward an exact, we can see lacuna, and which shows that if we say about equality, a woman under section 14 can have absolute right over the property which she purchases. So is the case with man. During his lifetime, he is having the absolute ownership on his income, and the wife is not at all the person who can share it during his lifetime. No. Only after, if he writes the will, if it is his patriarchal property, it's different matter. If he dies without making a will, it will go to her, to his widow, and to his children, no doubt, in equal shares. But during lifetime, only husband, he only will have the complete control over his property. So is the case with female. During lifetime, she only will have the entire control over her property, not anybody else. So if you are saying equality, then definitely the equality is with respect to these aspects also. During his lifetime, woman cannot at all have control over husband's property, whether it is his salary or not. But we see in reality something different. Many times we see husband giving entire salary in the hands of wife. Isn't it women's empowerment?
She won't spend it.
This is women's empowerment, which happens in many houses, but it doesn't happen in many houses also. So that is what is your question, I think. There were women like that, they don't have, but they don't understand that, you know. They don't at all understand about this. I had conducted a survey, basically mine was the empirical study. And then about 250 women, I asked questions regarding this, whether you know that your husband's property is your own, and whether you know that after the death of your husband, you will get this. So they used to get angry with me, you know, Varsha. They used to get angry with me, saying that why you ask us about our death of our husband. And then, of course, that I used to get panicked with all such kind of things. But then I used to explain them.
We need to re-educate them. We need to re-educate our women first.
So that is what is the reality. They by love and affection, they see that husbands income is their own, but that is not the case at all. And as you said, if husband dies issueless, then after the death of husband, that property will go to the wife. And also there are subsection in section 15 of Hindu Succession Act, from which particular source she has got. That also is there. That also is there. Yes.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Hastak.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Hastak, madam. Thank you, Varsha, madam, for your important question raised by you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite chairperson of this session, Dr. R.G. Patil, sir, to deliver his concluding speech. Dr. Patil, sir. Hello.
पाटील सर एक्झिट झाले मॅडम.
Okay. So, on behalf of chairperson of this session, Dr. R.G. Patil, sir, I express once again my sincere thanks, and I thanks to Honorable.
मॅडम
Yes.
ते जॉईन झालेले आहे, त्यांना अलाउ करू का?
Yes, yes. Allow him. Patil, sir, will continue concluding speech on this session. Hello.
Hello.
Patil, sir.
Madam, am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Please continue your concluding speech on session 1 and 2.
Thank you, madam. We had the privilege of listening to two eminent speakers, Dr. S.L. Deshpande and Dr. Anjali Hastak, madam. Dr. Deshpande spoke on the topic empowerment of women, problems and perspectives. Actually, he had a very lucid presentation, starting with the philosopher's view regarding women and sociological setup, where the genders were created and women were offered subordinate roles. Even the legislations did the same thing by conferring status and then giving subordinate rights to the women. Even he cited the example of Constituent Assembly debates, where a vacancy of one of the lady members gave rise to some speculations. What he advocated was that there should be plural treatment for the women, depending upon their social economic conditions. He also pointed out that the public and private law, initially the state was not ready to intervene in the private matters, but slowly and steadily there were legislations. He pointed out the role of the legislation, the role of the judiciary in empowering the woman. Dr. Anjali Hastak also spoke on the same points. She spoke on the various social legislations that were passed to empower the woman. And she cited some United Nations principles, and then basically the Constitution also provided for the fundamental rights. And then we had various legislation. The common things which I found between these two speakers, and as a lawman, because this is an interdisciplinary seminar and some of the attending members are from the other faculties. I think as a lawman belonging to this field, I think law has to play an important role in empowering the woman. And that has been done very effectively by the law. But as both the speakers pointed that there are enough laws on property matters, on domestic matters, but still it is felt that the position has not much improved yet. And the only reason which both the speakers pointed was there should be a social movement, social awareness, and even some of the queries pointed out by some of the attendees were that in spite of so many things, in fact, one of the attendees pointed out that even if there is a earning woman and unemployed husband, but still she is dominated by that woman. She is dominated by that husband. So what I conclude here is that no doubt as a legislation is playing important role, and as pointed out by Dr. Deshpande, that legislation has to play an important role. but at the same time, there should be social awareness. There should be a social movement, and as pointed out by Hasrat Madam, that while upbringing a female child, that should be deeply carved on her mind that she has to do all this. Thank you very much. I think most of the members are leaving, so I am handing over the mic to Dr. Ishmael Madam.
Thank you, Patil sir. Now, last phase of this national webinar, that is valedictory session. And after valedictory session, we will conclude this national webinar. I once again appreciate to all participants, though they are not from law subject or law faculty, but really I appreciate participation of participants from other faculties here. Now, for the valedictory session of this national webinar, I would like to invite Dr. D.H. Lokhande sir to introduce chief guest of valedictory session, Honorable Dr. V.H. Chaube sir. Lokhande sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, Lokhande sir, you are audible. Please continue.
Thank you, ma'am. All the dignitaries and participants, a very good afternoon to all. On behalf of Dr. Panjabra Deshmukh College of Law and organizing team, I welcome all the dignitaries and participants in the valedictory function. It is my pleasure to introduce the chief guest of this valedictory function, Honorable Dr. V.S. Chaube sir, Professor and Head, Postgraduate Teaching Department of Law, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. I would like to focus on his educational qualification. He did his BSc, LLM, MA in English Literature, MMCJ, Journalism, PhD in Law, and now pursuing his LLD. He qualified NET examination twice in law, and he has also qualified SET examination in law and journalism also. Thereafter, he, first of all, Dr. Chaube sir appointed in Life Insurance Corporation of India as Administrative Officer on 26th October 1993 and worked there from 26th October 1993 to 6th January 2002. Thereafter, he was appointed lecturer in MP Law College, Aurangabad on 7th January 2002 and worked there up to 17th August 2004. Thereafter, Dr. Chaube sir was appointed as a lecturer in Department of Law, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad on 18th August 2004 and worked there from 18th August 2004 to 21st September 2006. Thereafter, he was appointed as a senior lecturer in Hidayatullah National Law University, Raipur on 22nd September 2006 and worked there from 22nd September 2006 to 21st January 2009. Thereafter, he was appointed as reader in Department of Law, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati on 22nd January 2009 and worked as an reader up to 19th February 2014. Thereafter, Dr. Chaube sir was appointed as a professor through direct recruitment on 20th February 2014 in Department of Law, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, and working as professor from 20th February 2014 to till date. Thus, he has 18 years full-time teaching experience. He has held several positions on different bodies of the university. He is ex-dean, Faculty of Law, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, as he held the position of dean for the period of 2012 to 2017. He is also ex-member Management Council, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. He is ex-member of BOA's Faculty of Law at Amravati University and Nagpur University also. Dr. Chaube sir is ex-chairman, Faculty of Law, Board of Studies at Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. Sir has also held a position as a warden of boys hostel, Sant Gadgibaba Amravati University, Amravati, as he was warden of boys hostel from December 2009 to January 2016. Presently he is a head of Central Administrative Service Unit, Sant Gadgibaba Amravati University, Amravati, and in charge of students administration of all 24 teaching departments since August 2009. Dr. Chobe sir is a recognized and renowned supervisor for the Faculty of Law in different universities. At present, total 8 research scholars are pursuing their research work under his guidance, and 1 student has submitted his thesis, and 11 students have been awarded PhD under his guidance. Dr. Chobe sir authored 11 books, 17 international articles, and 35 national articles. Dr. Chobe sir has attended several international conferences held in different foreign countries. He attended conference held in Athens, Greece, Milan, Italy, Bangkok, Thailand, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Geneva, Switzerland, Cape Town, South Africa. He is also a visiting faculty in various institutions. He is a visiting faculty in Maharashtra Judicial Academy, Uttan, Mumbai, Academic Staff College, UGC, now HRDC, Amravati, Human Research Development Center, UGC, Symbiosis International Deemed University School of Law, and Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi, Symbiosis Law School, Hyderabad, and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Subharti University, Meerut. He, Dr. Chobe sir, has also worked on various committees like the State Committee for Cyber Law, Administrative Reforms Committee, designing course curriculum on cyber law. Dr. Chobe sir has also worked on the committee for making the common statute under Maharashtra Public University Act 2016. Dr. Chobe sir did his PhD on legal control on cybercrime in India, problems and perspectives. Some research works are also undergoing. 2 projects are undergoing on malnutrition in Medghat region and legal analysis of farmers' suicide in region of Western Vidarbha. Research work on utility of artificial intelligence in the field of law and digital contents of legal literature. MOU with several institutions are in process like TISS and NLIU Bangalore. Dr. Chobe sir is actively engaged in social related work and skills. Dr. Chobe sir is always instrumental in policy making documents. As Dr. Chobe sir is a permanent invitee of Ordinance Making Committee at Sant Gadgibaba Amravati University. He has prepared the ordinance on MPhil, PhD, PET examination, and IPR cell also. Dr. Chobe sir has also prepared IT policy for university, e-tendering policy, and IPR policy document for the university. Dr. Chobe sir has also executed some major assignments. He has conducted 10 days flat continuous legal education program in collaboration with BCI, Maharashtra Department of Law, and Sant Gadgibaba Amravati University, Amravati. Dr. Chobe sir is conducting the UGC NET examination as a coordinator at Sant Gadgibaba Amravati University, Amravati since 2012. Dr. Chobe sir is also conducting UGC state examination as coordinator at Sant Gadgibaba Amravati University, Amravati since 2012 to till date. He has also actively engaged himself in preparing syllabus, designing course curriculum, examination work, and executing academic policies framed by academic council in universities. Thus, it is our privilege to have such an eminent personality as a chief guest for this valedictory function. With these few words, on behalf of Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law and all the participants and dignitaries, I would like to request Honorable Dr. B.S. Chobe sir to kindly enlighten us.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepak ji. Here I am the part of this very eminent personality attending this webinar. and therefore reading such a very high-fi biodata may leads to ask by some of the participants that now prove it. Therefore, I was upgrading that don't read so much very long biodata because I'm not a such great personality. That is only in biodata people used to show and presume so many high things. I am really very much happy to be the part of this my alma mater, where from I have did my LLB and other my classmate Varsha Didi, Deshpande Madam ji, and all other people, including Hastak Madam. I was just listening her in this previous session. The topic of today's deliberation by the college, that is Dr. Punjabrao Deshmukh Law College, and the convener Deshpande Madam, other things, principal, I think that he is having some other assignment due to some this pandemic, and other people, Dr. R.G. Patil sir is there, then Guge sir is there, all other peoples are there, and I can just see that now 62 participants are now joining this particular webinar. Now, before I just proceed, I will just wanted to tell you that this is the valedictory session, and the person who is the resource person in valedictory session has been warned not to preach anything new, but the session to be introspect, what has already been taught to you or what has been enlightened by the previous speaker. Therefore, there is no much scope is there for myself to tell more things. And again, I feel that whatever already been, the good batsman has already been batted well. Therefore, there is very less scope for the person like me as a tail ender to do anything good job. But before proceeding on this particular topic, I just wanted to say you, can I tell you that this particular empowerment, this word is now coined in 1985 in the United Nations session. And this particular word was having some very totally different phenomena. Earlier, in Constitution also, we have adopted this protectionary measure that we can protect the women and all those things. Empowerment, I think that in the present modern context, shall be looked as a social and cultural phenomena rather than exploring it as an individual phenomena. And if we are talking in terms of individual, that in what way the person will have the property, in what way the person will have the education, in what way they can participate in individual capacity in decision-making process, I think that we will miss this particular concept in true sense, because empowerment, if we see as an individual example, we can have so many great examples. We are the, I think, amongst few countries where the woman became the first prime minister in India in 1965 itself, after the death of 66, after the death of Lal Bahadur Shastri ji. Therefore, in individual terms, there are so many examples we can quote that the women have reached at the very high positions and they have dominated also the well-good systems in India. But to my mind, empowerment is a social phenomena and cultural phenomenon, unless until that reflect into your culture and society, into the status, into the norms, into the cultural pattern, into the decision-making process. I think that the true empowerment we cannot see. Therefore, this particular phenomena cannot be restricted only to the sphere of law. And therefore, by making this particular seminar or webinar as an interdisciplinary one, the convener and the college has done good justice. And I can see that there are so many other people from other branch of knowledge and stream. They are also participating and contributing their thought too. Therefore, first thing I just wanted to make my point that empowerment, what I understand in present context is, it is a socio-cultural phenomenon where it must be reflected into your cultural itself. That while taking a decision, the woman itself has something to say, something to take decision. If the person is having good property, okay, but try to understand that if suppose, for example, today I inherit my property entirely to the daughter, and if she is not safe into your society, if I am able to give her 2 or 3 crores rupees right now, but I am not able to provide her the good environment where she can come out of the home and freely experience, freely move into the society, I think that the true concept of empowerment we cannot achieve. We can only achieve the property right of the woman. I can even favor her, but if I am unable to give her the true protection into the society where she can feel that she is safe and she can move very freely, I think that the true empowerment will come on the day when the woman will feel free and safe into this particular society. She can take decision. Take for example, Suppose, for example, today we are asking that humans should take the education, and I can see that so many humans are there. I have not counted well that how many humans are participating in this webinar. But presuming that we are having good education system and so many humans are also participating, because I am also handling into the university, students, girls students are coming out of home and they are taking education. But if there is a no value education into your educational system, ultimately they are going to learn, and we will make them the second man only. Means he will learn the culture that men are having. Whatever patriarchy should be rejected, definitely, because it is having some dominating effect, and entirely one sex is dominating, one gender is dominating on other. But we want such a system in which both the gender can move together hand to hand without dominating each other. We don't want it to replace the patriarchy by matriarchy. It is not expected to the present system. In civilized society, everybody should have their own right-based system model, and everybody should have to claim their right, and others should respect that particular right. This is what I think that empowerment stands for the modern context. And therefore, empowerment is not something that you should give, but you should teach them the value, and you must teach them certain principles, certain vision, certain mission of the life. Respect the other sex, respect the other gender, not only the woman, but also the young ones, also the old age people, so many things. And unless and until we cannot achieve it, it is only the thing that we are replacing, and we are making our daughter and another son. So first thing is that, to my mind, and it may be subjected to certain correction, is that empowerment is a stand for making such culture into the society where all gender, everything will contribute in a proper manner for upliftment, for protection of others, for giving the true values to others. And in that way, you are allowing other and making the space for others to their own contribution. Take for my example, I was working on one of the project in which the food law I was just analyzing. I have seen that so many restaurants are there, and one can very easily find out on one particular street there are 10, 20 restaurants are there. And easily, prior to pandemic, there was much crowded place are there. For example, in Amravati also so many restaurants are there. It means that the food people are sharing outside food. Entire family are visiting the restaurant, they are taking the food outside. Now, can we consider that if we are not taking the food inside the kitchen, we are taking the food of the restaurant and not allowing the woman to work into the kitchen, it means that we are just attending empowerment? No, definitely not. It doesn't mean that you are only providing a space for woman not to work, but unless and until you respect her, you give that feeling to women that she can also contribute at each and every place where the decision has to be taken with men, and she can teach her child and teach good values, morality, ethical things, and all those things. Definitely, then only we can achieve the empowerment. For example, once I was in Raipur at HNLU, Anna Hazare ji used to come to one of the session, and he told that how the woman can contribute for RTI, and in what way she can bring down the corruption, because women are very having less corrupt as it is seen, and there are several surveys to that particular things. It means that women generally do not pray and have that particular tendency to adopt the correct practices, and they are totally new to this particular system. Therefore, by empowerment, we must uplift such particular phenomena where women can participate, women can have the good quality, and that must be exhibited into the empowerment, rather than whatever the patriarchy or bad things are there, whatever I am providing to my son, if I started providing to my daughter, I think that I am making her a second son. Therefore, I must teach to my daughter that she must boldly come forward, take this particular things as a challenge, accept it, come forward, take her own decision, make herself sustainable, more powerful, empower her, and respect everybody. At the same time, I should also teach my son that he must respect the gender. That in true sense, I can definitely have the empowerment in process into the society. Therefore, I think that first thing I just want my point very clear that empowerment to my mind is a socio-cultural phenomena where all stakeholders should understand that unless and until we can only consider woman as only the competitor of man, this should not be the phenomena that in property, if she is a competitor, the other sex also have some kind of, I think, that reactionary process. Therefore, this is that how this and that. But if they both understand that we are marching towards the same goal, take for example, when the environmental policy and first time the sustainable development policy was come on the scene in 1972, one world, one future, one earth, one future, this particular tagline has been coined. That entire environment, suppose for example, at one place, if environmental disastration is going on, definitely the carbon that is oozing out at the Pakistan, that may destroy the India also, because environment we are seeing a common environment. In the same way, this society is a common for all of us. If the person that is growing up is not having properly taught, it is a threat to anywhere. If such a person who are going out of and they are not having well cultural or behavioral manner or respecting to the woman, allowing them to participate, taking their opinion, asking them to participate into the decision-making process, the true empowerment will not come. And for that, law, I think that only one kind of instrument, but the other field can equally contribute. For example, economics, for example, sociology, psychology, every branch of science and knowledge, what we have compartmentalized these branches, they can contribute for empowerment. That is not restricted only to the legal phenomena. Therefore, first thing is that we are not. First thing is that we this socio-cultural phenomena for which all branches of knowledge should have to be contribute. Second, I think that key progress, what we have understand today, is not in true sense sustainable in nature, because I can see that we are having the technological development. But when I was doing the PhD in the cyber law, I came to know that the cyberspace, which is treated to be the very technological things and where the most cultural people participate into the cyberspace. So many people are there who are knowledgeable and they are using this technology. Poor people are not using this technology. There also you can see that woman has been commoditized and more danger is there for the woman in the cyberspace. Pornography is there. People used to give threat to the woman that they can upload something about them and all those things, and just go into the cyberspace. If you feel that that is the safe, not a safe space for women, we can understand that technological development is not leading to this society in a proper zone, but rather it is making more danger to the woman. Take for example, when you serve the internet, or suppose you are using any Facebook, you have been advised that not to use your photograph. This means that there is always the chances of misusing, cyber stalking is there, and so on and so forth. It means that even the technological progress is not leading us into the proper direction unless and until we should have the proper culture to use that particular technology in proper manner. And whatever development we are going, either in the education, either in the service sector, women have been commoditized. They have been subjected to sexual harassment. They are subjected to the so many other things are there where the people or male gender consider it as an opportunity, and therefore they should not have to be happened. And the progress in true sense will be attained only when the person will see it as not an opportunity, but he has got a chance to exhibit his own good behavior and behave in a proper manner. Therefore, you can see that even we are allowing the woman to participate into the social sector, we are having the other danger that has been crept in only because this patriarchal dominance society, which does not have much more scope to be accommodated to the woman. And if they are allowing to accommodate, they wanted something bad things and expecting some bad thing like Me Too and all those things are there. So my second point is that with this particular progress, we have to redefine in terms of empowerment of women. Suppose, for example, women are there. I have seen so many government offices are there. The timings are remain same. Only woman has been allowed to come to the office. Therefore, earlier working hours that suited to the man remain as it is. For example, and when women is also coming on the scene and they are also become the 50% women are also participating in the government office, the timing remain what is suitable for the men. Therefore, most of the time, this timing, this culture is not suitable for the woman because they may have small kids and all those things. The short break of 2 hours, 3 hours to the woman should be given. Now only we have accepted that matrimonial things is not for the woman, but it is for the child. The famous case that has been decided by the Nagpur bench in one of the very eminent faculty member, when the maternity leave has been rejected to the woman only because she has adopted the child by surrogacy. So this particular approach of the society that woman is only enjoying the maternity leave is wrong, and we have to bring such concept back into the light, saying that it is not for the woman, but it is for the society. She is contributing because women are having woman is especially empowered by the divine with a reproductive ability. And I think that the present society has make it as a disability. Becoming pregnant is not a disability, rather it is a reproductive right, and all those things are to be decided by the woman. Her career is there, but now entire society start forcing her. If she is not married, people starting questioning. Once she has been married, they start asking about the kids and all those things. So she cannot determine any decision by her own according to her career. She has to sacrifice most of the time her career and all those things. This particular thing, the way of progress, we have to determine where much scope, much liberty, much things, the decision-making capacity should be given to the woman. How it can be possible? We can see that, taking for example the service sector. You start redefining this particular thing according to need of the woman, because now if she is coming out of the home and occupying the chair into the office, what need she is having? Suppose for working hours, now few of the offices are already redesigned all these things, but there are very few, because in organized sector in India is only 7%. Other sector which is not organized, for example, the bricks makers are there, the position of women in farms and in field, it is very pathetic thing. For example, sexual harassment, this law can be made effectively applicable where you are having muster, you are having very structural society. But what about where the labors are there, where road constructions are there, how you can maintain the register and all those things, and what is the fate of sexual harassment committee and all those things, where no organized sector is working and everything is unorganized. Therefore, first thing is that the progress we have to redefine. We have to redefine our already male existing systems. We have to make scope for the woman. Not only we are only occupying, or we are only giving the opportunity to the women without understanding whether they can be similarly treated. Here, I think that the unequal treatment in favor of the woman should be given, where equal principle and equality will not work, because male are having very different kind of physical structure. They can remain at the office, they can spend much more time, even night they can work, but the woman, she must be there with the children and all those things. It means that the more scope for the woman, she can perform very well, and we are already aware that mother is more, means she is having the better custody for the child rather than the father. Father is only, I think that most of the time considered as a earning member, and second priority for father is that to safeguard and all those things. I think that the first priority that women play very effective role to make her child very strong, capable up to the very initial stage of his childhood. The third point I just wanted to say that there are definitely several legal provisions that has already been quoted by the earlier speaker, Dr. Anjali Hastak Madam ji, that property definitely sustain her, empower her, make her powerful, make her non-dependent on any other person. That is a very big thing one can achieve. But at the same time, we have to be considered that law can only adopt the methodology of protecting women. But empowerment must be such a phenomena which come by psychology and social environment that you provide her. Unless and she cannot determine to become strong, the psychological strong confidence and all those things, status she cannot achieve only by all other contributing factors. But the empowerment and all those thinking, all these things will come within from that particular lady, and therefore we must think that if that particular confidence we must have to build up in the woman from the childhood, that she is all the human being, she can participate, she can take decision, she can decide about herself, and for which she have to take herself into consideration. As Madam said, to some extent, there must be some selfish approach should be adopted by the woman, not only women, but mother also. So that particular things in that sense, I think that the restructuring is what's possible. For empowerment, I think that the first stage that was there adopted in our constitution in 1950s is that protection. First, allow the protection, protect the woman from all this patriarchy. But the second stage is that equal treatment should be given so that she can come forward and equality must be provided to her. And third stage down in postmodern era, empowerment, where she can herself will determine and what to do and what not to do, in what manner she can take her decision, what his progress can be made, all these things. The first we have achieved protectionary measures are come by the law. Second, equality can to some extent provided by the law also. But third is that empowerment, that is totally socio-cultural, political, psychological, all these branches has to contribute. And third, most important, as already been narrated by, I think that the participant from Bangalore, is that social acceptance and awareness is very essential for the process of empowerment of women. Unless and until you do not provide, you do not accept it, unless and until you do not make acceptance to the social phenomena of women empowerment, I think that the best law cannot do anything. The best example I can quote here is the Dowry Prohibition Act and helmet. The law made by the legislature not being properly executed because social acceptance is not there. People do not agree and they are very easily falling prey to the dowry also, and they are not using the helmet also despite several judgment from the Supreme Court. Therefore, unless and until we go make aware, make the part of education, make the part of value system, I think that there is a very difficult things to sustain such a very good phenomena of empowerment. One thing I just wanted to tell from my own experience is that this right-based model is really very good that we have borrowed from the British legacy, no doubt about it. But take for example, we are having the right to equality. Definitely, I am having the right to equality under Article 14, where the state shall not deny equality before law and equal protection of law. But suppose, for example, it has been denied, where I can go? I can go to the High Court or I can go to Supreme Court. Now, High Court is 155 kilometers from my place. First, I need to go to approach to the best lawyer. Now, that best lawyer is physically charging me 50,000 rupees at least. Where from that money will come? And in what manner I can, if he is not a best lawyer, I'm definitely sure that I will lose the case. Therefore, these rights are there. Unless and until in case of women empowerment, we do not make the liability on the state if violation would have been taken place. What happens? Suppose, for example, I approach to the High Court. High Court will say that, okay, you are having this particular right and they will restore that injustice back to its place. Then I will get my right executed. But what happened to the other party? Other party has not been penalized in case of violation of fundamental right. Most of the time, suppose I have denied the maternity to any woman. What happened? She will bring one particular order by paying 50,000 rupees to the advocate and by flying to Nagpur twice, 4 times, and by spending 60 to 17,000 rupees, she will bring one order. But I'm not going to penalize. She will get that particular relief. But in case if violation of women's right has been happened, the person who is a culprit should also be penalized. And not only in case of women, in case of violation of fundamental right, the system that put women in general to such a disadvantaged position should also be penalized so that the people can learn the lesson. What happened today? Once you violate the right of other persons, what almost will happen is that in institutional manner is that the woman will get relief, but the institutional person who is sitting into the office bearer position will not get penalized. And then ultimately the message is that you have spent that much amount, that way I have put you to the in very disadvantaged position and all that. But I do not deter from all these things. Therefore, I think that one more aspect in case of empowerment is that where the threat to the empowerment of women has been happened, the culprit should be penalized properly and in institutional manner. That sometimes does not happen. Take for example, any institution is there, maybe it is a college, maybe it is any PWD office, maybe it may be any other office of government or or suppose for example, any government public sector is there. If she has been put to some disadvantaged position, the person who is doing wrong to her should also be penalized. With this, I think that the awareness and all those things, we are sharing one future and one world. And if we do not allow to accommodate women in this particular system, and it is not we, I'm using the word that entire society should have to accept this. Otherwise, it is just like we are losing the environment, we will losing our future, because we cannot tolerate the woman to be remain outside, but our future will be more sustainable, more better if woman will take care of all our future, because she is most of the sense having more capacity to have the visionary mind that has been reflected when I'm very much aware that if my mother would not have that much contribution in my development, I think that I would not have that much taken an education. And rather than father, who was an earning member in my family, but my mother used to sustain her every day. At every moment, she was with us. Therefore, our attachment to the mother is more. And the same way, woman should play her role in a better manner. I think that I have discussed very less, because this is not the place where to preach, but this is the place at validity session. We have to introspect what is done and what is required to be done. And I think that now the number of participants has gone up. Now there are 74. But unfortunately, I'm not in position to count that how much women are participating in this. And I think that if men are more, definitely I will be more happy, because women empowerment is a matter to be teach to the men only. Women are struggling on their part. That is okay. Apart from that, I feel that the organizer has, I don't know whether they have chosen right person or not, but definitely I'm not a very much suitable person. Earlier speakers have already done her PhD on this particular area. Therefore, she was already in better position to, and practically she can tell so many things, and her experience in this field is definitely more. The Madam Varsha Deshmukh has already done her major project on domestic violence in entire Maharashtra, and Madam has also written a very good book, Desh Fundament. Therefore, I feel that how much suitable I don't know. But again, my alma mater, Dr. Punjab College of Law, has given me the chance to come and at least speak something and spend some time with you, the best legal mind into the world or into this particular scenario, our legal sector. I take your leave, and now I think that if you are having a question, you can just ask me. Thank you very much. And Deepak, you have read very big biodata. That is not good, because there are very stalwart who can ask me to prove it, and I would be in very difficult position to do all those things, because biodata is very biodata has been written in that way only, because corporate sector are always there to tell such high things about themselves. So thank you very much, Bhagyashree Madam, convener of this program, who has taken a lot of pains to do this. All other resource person, RG Patil sirs, Ramteke sir, Bhuke sir, everybody has contributed well. So much people I can know. I think that Inamdar Madam is also there. So many people are there. I think that I'm not a fit person, but I think that now the organizer has decided that I should speak something. I have expressed my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Vijay Chaubey, sir. You have very rightly and perfectly formulated a balanced theme of women empowerment. Not only that, you have provided valuable suggestions and tips for women to develop their personality up to the fullest possible extent, and also to achieve a goal of women empowerment. I assure you on behalf of our college and our education society that we have selected perfect person to deliver valedictory address. Once again, I express my sincere and humble thanks to Honorable Dr. Chaubey, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I shall request Dr. Deepak Lokhande, sir, to propose formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. Madam?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, any question?
Yes,
Hello.
sir.
Hello, sir. Chaubey, sir. Please.
No, I'm asking that if there is a question, okay. Otherwise, you can proceed for vote of thanks.
Is there any question, Kadam, sir? Hello.
Hello.
हा कदम सर कोणी हँड रेज वगैरे चॅट बॉक्स मध्ये काही क्वेश्चन
नाही कोणीच रेज नाही केले.
It's valedictory session, that's why. But sir,
No,
you have
generally post-lunch session, I think that I am feeling the very productive time of all.
yeah, sir. But valuable thing which has served the purpose of this webinar is that you have formulated a balanced theme for achievement of empowerment of women. And you are perfect person. We have selected perfect person to for valedictory address. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, Lokhande sir will propose formal vote of thanks. Lokhande sir.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
please. Yes, please continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
On behalf of Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, its entire fraternity and organizing team, I feel an immense pleasure to take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks to all the dignitaries and participants assembled in this webinar. First of all, I would like to thank to patron of this webinar, Honorable Harshavardhanji Deshmukh sir, President, Sri Shivaji Education Society, Amravati, for his support, encouragement, and providing an opportunity for the organization of this national webinar. Sir, thank you very much for that. I would like to thank to inaugurator of this national webinar, Honorable Dr. Avinash Mohril sir, Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, who has spared his valuable time from his busy schedule for this webinar. Sir, thank you very much. I would like to thank to today's resource person of first technical session, Honorable Dr. S.L. Deshpande sir, Professor, Maharashtra National Law University, Nagpur, for enlightenment on the topic of today's webinar. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank to resource person of second technical session, Honorable Dr. Anjali Hastak ma'am, Principal, SP Law College, Chandrapur, for enlightenment on the topic of women empowerment and law. Ma'am, thank you very much. I would like to thank to our chief guest of valedictory function, Honorable Dr. V.S. Chaube sir, Professor and Head, Postgraduate Teaching Department of Law and Chairman of BOS of Law Faculty, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, for sharing his inspirational thoughts. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Chairman of this webinar, Dr. S.H. Bhoge sir, Librarian, Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, for his efforts and encouragement for the organization of this webinar. Thank you, Dr. Bhoge sir. Further, I would like to thank to Chairman of both the technical session, Dr. R.G. Patil sir, Associate Professor and IPSC Coordinator, Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati. Thank you, Dr. Patil sir. I would like to thank to convener of this national webinar, Dr. B.A. Deshpande ma'am, Professor, Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, for her efforts in entire process of organization of this webinar. Thank you, Dr. B.A. Deshpande ma'am. I would like to thank to organizer and our beloved principal, Dr. P.R. Malviya sir, officiating principal, Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati, and his organizing team for taking the topic that really matters in today's age and time, and for the efforts to make this webinar a successful event. Thanks to all the honorable members of organizing team. I would like to thank to all the honorable members of advisory committee for their valuable guidance and advice on every step of this webinar. Thanks to all the honorable members of advisory committee. I would like to thank to all the participants for choosing to be for live with us and for making this webinar a grand successful event. Last but not the least, I would like to thank to Sri Vishal Kadam sir for technical support in the organization of this webinar. Thank you so much, Vishal ji. Once again, I thanks one and all who contributed for success of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Lokhande sir. Now, with this formal vote of thanks, I, Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande Navlakhe, hereby declare that this national webinar has been concluded with effective and active participation of all the participants and valuable guidance for all the eminent resource persons who have contributed in the success of this national webinar titled as One Day National Webinar Interdisciplinary on the Women Empowerment and the Law. Thank you. Thank you so much to all.
दोन मिनिटं मॅडम एंड करू मीटिंग.
हो आता काही क्वेश्चन वगैरे नाही ना कोणाचे काही कोणाला बोलायचं आहे का ते नाही ना. येस सर
एंड करतो.
So this webinar has been concluded successfully. Once again, I express my sincere thanks to all respected and honorable dignitaries who have contributed in successful organization of the webinar organized by our college, that is Dr. Punjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati. Thanks to all.
Thank you, ma'am.